Hello, hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. So we are back. Oh my goodness! Hi, Grun. You scared the shit out of me. Thank you so much for the subs. Oh my goodness. Oh, thanks for gifting a sub to Josie. Whew. Ah! Good, get scared. I'm terrified. How could you? I forgot that did that. You know, it's funny. I actually have all of those, Ah! Sound alerts set up. No one ever uses them. So I just forget that they're there. Oh my goodness gracious. Hey, you gifted a sub to Tragic Mike and also Shred. Hell yeah. I hope that worked and it got you your Sparkle Pony. You'll have to let me know. Make sure that worked. Because, man, I would feel terrible if it didn't. It sure did. Hell yeah, Sparkle Pony. Congratulations. That, I will say, that pony thing is really, really neat. I actually have my Unicult out to, like, remind people that exists. Anyway, so last time we started off New Game Plus. We did the Gladiator storyline, and now I made this new outfit that sort of looks Gladiator-esque. So that when we move forward, we're looking good. We're looking appropriate for the storyline that's going on in front of us. So the goal for the day is to continue on with New Game Plus. We're going to do part 2 of A Realm Reborn. And then once part 2 is finished, we're going to move over to... Actually, I don't know if it's part 2 or part 3 that we should swap over and do the Paladin storyline. I think it might actually be part 3 we want to stop and do that with. Because that'll be right before the big climactic confrontation with the Garleans. So it'll be after some primals, but before the last of the primals. You know what I mean? It should be right in that sweet spot after... I think it's after Leviathan, but before Titan? Or before, like, the second coming of Titan? And then, obviously, before Garuda. But I believe we fight Ifrit in part 2. So that's where I'm like, because you start becoming a paladin around level 30, so we're about there already. Like, I think we left off at level 16 quest. We're about to unlock Sestasha. By the way, y'all have to let me know whether you think I should do those dungeons solo or with a party. Because I couldn't fit that in the Discord voting thing. But I am curious whether we just want to, like, get through the dungeons, not worry about it, or you know, make a showing of actually, like, getting into a group and doing all that stuff. But for now, we have story. It's probably pirates. So, when we left off, we had unlocked all the other city-states. We had learned about the Asians, kind of. We met Ida and Papalimo. And we learned about the Calamity and preparations to have a big showing of consolidation for all of the people who didn't survive the war, the battle in Cartano. Because the Garleans are back, and we need people to, like, be remembering what that fight was actually for. Nice sword. Oh yeah, I need to turn off my crown. Edit. Crown off. There we go. Alright, it's probably pirates. Right. I thank ye for taking the time out to help me out. No, I'm sure you're busy, so I'll come straight to the point. Word has it, some suspicious-looking buggers have been sneaking in and out of Sastasha Sea Grot, and I need a trustworthy sort to head up north to Ailport and find out what they're up to. Who they are and what they're up to, in fact. Don't sound like much, I know. But it weren't so long ago the Fishback Pets pirates were paid us a visit. It weren't so long ago the Fishback's pet pirates paid us an unwelcome visit. Oh my god, the P alliteration. And folk are feeling a bit nervous. If you'd permit me, Master Balderon, I should be happy to elaborate. Oh, nice hat. Well, if it ain't the Chief Yellow Jacket himself, to what do we owe this rare honor, Commodore Rainer? Come to make sure me patrons are behaving, or just thirsty? Neither, in fact. I was informed that you had requested an adventure to assist in my investigation, and I came to offer what information I could to sift through the recent reports. Over the course of the past moon, there have been several sightings of an unfamiliar vessel off the coast of Ailport in the vicinity of the Isles of Umbra. This information came to my attention no more than a week after a squad of my own soldiers had completed a routine patrol of the region, Sastasha Sea Grot included. Their search revealed little save that a family of Kurals had taken up residence in the caves, and nothing that concerns us, in short. In light of recent developments, however, it would seem wise to search Sastasha again. But with the Sahagins testing our defenses daily, I am loath to assign a task to the limited forces at my disposal. Our line is stretched as it is. Thus, I sought the services of a competent adventurer to conduct an investigation in our stead. Any aid that you can offer in this matter would be greatly appreciated. Nods. Then it is settled. Sastasha is located in western Lenosha. For more detailed instructions on how to reach the place, I suggest you consult Velma. She can be found at the ferry docks to the lower decks. Oh, you heard the man. Good luck to you, lad. Yay! Alright, we gotta go talk to Velmpa. Oompa-pa, oompa-pa, oompa-pa. Where at? Oh, way down there. Where's the nearest teleporty thing? Probably downstairs. Where's the elevator? There it is. No. Well, actually. No. I couldn't decide whether going down to the airship strip would give us a teleporty thing, but it's faster just to go here. Because the aetherite's literally right there. God, I feel like Limsa just needs more aetherites. How goes 14? Oh, it just started. We are a gladiator. We are about to go adventure around Sastasha because the Sahagin are causing trouble. But it's probably just pirates. You're here about Commodore Reno's investigation. Then you'll want to board a ferry to Ailport. Once you arrive in Whisker Lenosha, though, you'd best pay a visit to the Hall of the Novice before you blunder into Sastasha. The Adventurers Guild runs the hall, and the folk there will train you with the skills you'll need to face the dangers undoubtedly waiting for you in Seagrot. The hall is on the way to Sastasha, just north of the Ailport. Head inside, and one of the seasoned adventurers will take you in the hand. Best of luck! Okay. To Ailport. Rah! By the way, you like my new gladiator outfit? Except for my monocle, because fuck you, I'm keeping that monocle. I think it's a good gladiator fit. I like this sword. Alright, we're gonna head on up to the Hall of the Novice, where all the tutorials are that no one ever does. Even though it gives you that awesome ring. Ah, you must be the seasoned adventurer of whom the Yellow Jacket sent word. I hear you are to brave the depths of the Sastasha Sea Grot. The occupants of those caves are rumored to be as numerous as they are bloodthirsty. No matter what epic tales would have you believe, strolling into such a den of savagery alone would be the height of foolishness. No, you shall need companions. And you shall need the training we here at the Hall of the Novice can provide. I strongly suggest that you study the fundamentals of group combat before continuing on your mission. The smith here oversees our training schedules. Speak with him and you can register for exercises tailored to your particular field of expertise. They put the smith in charge? Alright. When you've mastered all that our masters have to teach you, then it will be time to head north once more. Report to the Yellow Jacket Scout at the mouth of Sastasha Sea Grot, and he will furnish you with details of your duty. Yo, the Hall of the Novice, membership granted. Yeah, no. I've done it all already. I don't need no tutorials. All right. Oh, Jesus Christ! Thank you, Shret. Oh my good God. Why are y'all scaring me? Oh shit, y'all doing that actually made my channel grow to like level 2. Oh my God. Gifting a sub to Ken, hell yeah. And also Lancer, Uncle, Edgar Figaro, and Nye, hell yeah. That's awesome. We love to see it. By the way, look, Isildour and Elaine. These guys are with us forever after this point. These are the first NPCs that like join us way later on. Like they become part of our crew. And Elaine is one of the ones that just recently, in the last patch in Dawn Trail, returned in preparation for Evercold. Like they're back. Like they're with us forever. Isn't that cool? I think that's just so neat that like these NPCs have been around forever. I love that. Grandfather and I are companions on the road. We travel where the winds take us and drink in all the wonders the world has to offer. Only an adventurer can understand the joy of such freedom, of discovering hidden places and experiencing sights and sounds that few may ever know. The passing years have begun to take their toll on the old man, but no force save death itself will sate his appetite for adventure. Hello, fellow adventurer! You too are here to unravel the mysteries of Sastasha. I have adventured across the wide realm for more seasons than I dare to count, and yet still Eorzea manages to surprise me with her beauty and splendor. Our journeys are not ended by the attainment of riches or fame. It is an unquenchable thirst for the unknown that drives us into the wilds time and time again. Even if I explored the world for 1,000 years, I would never grow weary of this life. Hell yeah. That actually started off on a tier 1, like, train. That's nuts. That's the first time that's ever happened. I'm getting all these tutorial pop-ups of like what trains are. Oh, fuck. And now you got the unicorn mount. Hell yeah, man. Holy jumping Jesus. Alright. And look, there's Edda. There's these guys who will also be important later, but for different reasons. Oh god, it's a Veer. He still has his head. It's weird seeing these guys alive. I'm sorry, Veer. I came as fast as I could. I tried haggling with the merchant, but 2 potions was the best I could get with the money you gave me. I had no idea how expensive they were. What took you so bloody long, Edda? If me purse was too light, you might have considered using some of your own bleeding coin to get us what we needed. You've only ever been as useful as the contents of your pockets, and God knows you can barely heal a scratch. We took up the venture in life to take on the big jobs and claim the big rewards. How are we meant to do that? We can't even get our supplies in order. It's him, the one Bayrun was talking to. Well, we'll see who gets the glory. This job should have been ours in the first place. Edda, you're so slow. You'd lose to a foot race to a tree slug. You'd lose in a foot race to a tree slug.
This is perfect for our inaugural outing as a party. Wandering around in the caves, turning over a few rocks, how difficult could it possibly be? I never expected our first visit to the Adventurers Guild would yield such a straightforward way to fame and fortune.
So yeah, man. Right off the bat, we're getting some, like, NPCs that are gonna be, like, important later on, and I love that. Oh god, a hype chest. We've unlocked some emotes. Please tell me you're here on Yellow Jacket duty and not some daft sod out for a stroll. I can't take any more of this blasted waiting. You are? Ah, thank the gods. I assume you already know about the ship seen slipping around the Isles of Umbra. We've been on the lookout for pirate activity ever since the vessel was sighted, thinking a crew of cutthroats might have a den nearby. So when we received word that the men of questionable quality had been seen passing in and out of Sestasha here, we weren't entirely surprised. I've yet to see them for myself, but if this lot belongs to those fishback fencing serpent reavers, well, you can imagine the panic it'll cause. The kidnappings are still fresh in people's minds. Anyway, your task is to poke around in the caves and find out exactly who and what we're dealing with. While you do that, I'll be keeping watch out here, praying you don't spot any blue face tattoos. Duty support. Oh yeah, we should do duty support. That's a good point. Well constructed game. So the cool thing about duty support is, in these early days, we get just regular adventurer NPCs. But the cool thing that I really like is that these adventuring NPCs are, like, they stick with you, and they have personalities of their own. And what's really fun is that as the story goes on, they stay with us, they get better gear, they have little adventures of their own, and they eventually go off and, like, look here, like, the Lullafell guy. He's got these little glasses, he's got better glasses, he's got the helmet, and then an eye patch. Like, something fucked up happened to him over at the Praetorium, which makes sense. And then later on, as we're getting, like, more named NPCs in the group, every once in a while, they'll come back and they'll be like, hey, what adventures have you been on recently? We've been doing other stuff. And I think that's so ridiculously cool that they did that. Like, look, they're back, and they're like, they've got their own stuff going again. That's so cool. I love that. It's just some dumb nerdy shit, but I think it's so cool. So yeah, why don't we do dungeons with the duty support guys? Yeah, it'll be a little slow, but it'll be more thematic. And we get to become friends with our adventuring NPC buddies. And later on, when they're story characters, they'll actually have personalities and story going on in the dungeons, which I think is fun to show off. The Eager Conjurer. That's this dude. This cavern is strangely beautiful. Now, of course, the big downside is these guys are minimally exceptional for the dungeon. Like in every case. So it's like you have to go slow, you have to pull one at a time, You have to treat it like it's a real dungeon, not like when you're with friends and you're blasted on through. And in these early days, when they speak, their speech bubbles don't go into the thing down here. So the Lancer said, right, just like in training, it didn't show up down here. So you have to actually watch them and see what they're saying, which is a little... They do fix that later on. The thaumaturgist said lightning strike, didn't show up. And also later on, they'll actually do some of the dungeon mechanics for you. As you saw, no one went over there to go read the password. In later dungeons, they actually will do that for you. And it'll be part of a story thing. But early on, they just sort of let you make that mistake. And I'm fine with that. But yeah, so if you treated this like a dungeon in a party of players and just sped on through, you would absolutely die. Here, I'm just gonna pull these, and I'm gonna try to keep going, and we'll see just how difficult it is for them to maintain. Actually, that's not as bad as I thought it would be. Let's try going all the way to the end and seeing what happens. Did they update these guys? Did they make them better? Because if they did, that would be awesome. We gotta see, right? Gotta test it out. Nope. They still got stuck at the first giant clam. So yeah, minimally exceptional. Still, there is a slight argument to be made of just doing that over and over again until you actually win, because that might still be faster. If there's a teleport point, if there's a shortcut spot, that still might be faster, but that's getting into some weird logistics that just aren't necessary. So it said, why don't we just go from clam to clam, do 2 pulls. Ooh, my. Ooh. Also, yeah, in case you haven't noticed, my playstyle is a blending of hot key presses and mouse over key presses. I know that to some hardcore people, that's absolutely disgusting, and they really hate that. It's like, why wouldn't you create macros? Why wouldn't you make it so that every button is on a button? Because I like being engaged in the fight. I like having fun. And that's where my brain feels most engaged. Like, for example, all of my damage reduction buttons, none of them are on hotbars. I mean, they're on the hotbar, but you know what I mean. None of them are on key presses. I have to physically turn them on with a mouse over. Which I'm sure to top tier players, that's got to be like the worst thing you've ever heard. But I like it. It feels more engaging. It feels more like I'm choosing to press the button, like turning on a superpower, over it just being another button that I push. You know, it's like the difference between an ability that, like a technique that you use and an ability you call out. You know, it's like the difference between a key ball and a Kamehameha wave. The Kamehameha wave, you have to put a little bit more texture thought into it, a little more time into it. You have to actually say the name, you know. It's that splitting that, you know, gives my brain the good chemicals. And plus, having a hybrid, like, gameplay system means that I can adapt easily when things go weird. And things go weird, you know? Oh, the Conjurer just called this guy the Door's Guardian. I mean, yeah. You know, if I was doing this solo, unsynced, the dungeon would be over already. And so y'all need to tell me which would y'all prefer when it comes to doing this New Game Plus stuff? Would you prefer doing it sort of story mode style like this, or would you prefer I just turn on unsynced, go in solo, and kick ass? You know, just like get through it in 2 minutes. Which feels better to you guys? Because I think there's pros and cons to both. You know, I think there's a pro to doing it story mode style when we're doing New Game Plus, so that we're getting more immersed in it, more integrated with like the stuff. We're seeing more characters, engaging more. But the con is that, you know, instead of taking 3 minutes, it takes 15 to do a dungeon that, you know, everybody has seen because it's an ARR dungeon. So please, 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 let me know your preferences. Because otherwise I won't know. Did that Lancer just limit break that boss? Well, I guess now that they've augmented how limit breaks work, I guess that's not the worst thing they could have done. It still feels silly, though. How much time do you feel like spending on New Game Plus versus doing new content? So we'll be doing New Game Plus until we get to at least until we get to Endwalker and we do the end of Endwalker, because that's the end of story 1 for FF14, and I felt like that was like really important. We might also do Dawn Trail if we have time. But, you know, Monday through Thursday is going to be New Game Plus, and then the new content is going to be on Fridays, and only on Fridays, because there's not too much new content really to do. That's why I was saying there's pros and cons to doing both. I don't really mind either way. And so I wanted to leave the decision up to y'all. Do y'all want to get immersed into the dungeons going slowly, or do you want to, like, alright, we've all seen ARR dungeons, nobody cares, you know, New Game Plus it, get it done in 2 minutes. Again, everyone knows Nastasha. The fact that they updated the duty support so that these guys like persist and have personalities, you know, it's neat. But how neat is it really? Is it 15 minutes neat? Although it does also sort of open us up to doing like a little bit of dungeon design commentary and, you know, just checking in with friends. Leaning towards voting for unsyncing for regular dungeons, but with few exceptions of ultra-climactic main story raids. I feel like you should do story mode for those. That makes sense. Sort of picking and choosing, yeah. Especially later on when we get more MSQ-esque party members. Because, well, you know, these adventurer guys are nice. They will later on be sort of swapped out for dungeoning with Istinian and the twins and, you know, named people. It's like us doing Nastasha is only climactic in that it's our very first dungeon. Do you still get story party members if you do unsynced? No, you only get story party members if you do it synced and we do it slow. Which is why I was arguing it's immersion versus speed. Do we want to be immersed, or do we want to get through dungeons that we've already seen before? Because that is kind of the deciding factor. Especially since, because these guys will always be minimally exceptional, the fights will actually be kind of hard. Like, they are piss easy when you do them with players, because everyone is over-geared, everyone is over-leveled, everyone is at maximum, like, level sync. Like, look over here. The difference in our level syncing. We're level 18, everyone else is level 15 for this level 15 dungeon. If we were doing it with players, everyone would be 18. But if we're doing it with NPCs, everyone's going to be minimal eye level. So everything will be a little bit more difficult, which means it'll take that much longer, you know. That's why you get immersed, you know. You got to actually pay attention. You got to really do the fights. You can't just go, tank privilege. I can stand stab 7 Vuln stacks. Like, nah, it's fine. Like, see, look, I just did 2 packs and I'm barely surviving because the healer just cannot keep up with that. So yeah, I think you're probably right in that, you know, the normal story mission stuff, we could probably just unsync it and get it done. Things like, you know, the 1,000 Miles of Toto Rack, things like that. Even though these guys will have some dialogue to them, they will have things to input, things to say, they will grow along with us throughout the storyline. It's not that important that we see it, you know? Versus the big story moments where, you know, having the dudes with us means more. Hey, Grunge is logged in. He needs to go collect his Sparkle Pony. If only this were the .1 patch of Evercold, we could 2 and 2 the duty support. I hope that they make it so that it's not just your chocobos that can go with you, it's the story guys as well. Because that's what I really wanted. I really wanted me and friend Alphino Alizé. Or like Alphino Estinian, or Thancred and Urianger. You know? It's like, that's what I thought would have been really, really cool. Some crazy mofo gave me a sub-furl horse mount. Yeah! I had my first ever hype trade. That was fun. Woo! We did the first dungeon! These guys don't have dialogue after the dungeon, do they? NPCs have dialogue after the dungeon, if you didn't know. If you get close enough to them, they'll say things. I heard that limit break go up. Thought I Q-popped. Alright, back to the Drowning Winch. So yes, indeed, in the deepest parts of Sastasha, there were, in fact, pirates and Sahagan. I would have soloed that KFC challenge a few years ago for the Fat Chocobo. Ha! Yeah. I remember that. All right. I feel bad for the person who had to write who knows how many lines of dialogue for those post-dungeon NPCs, only for people to never notice them and bun rush to the exit portal. Right? That was my thinking as well. I love stuff like that though. Like, it feels so immersive, you get so into it, you really care about the people, and it makes duty support all that more appealing because they have lines of dialogue throughout the dungeon. Like, even those, like, NPC dudes had things to say throughout. It's like, oh, so their leader was a Sahagan? An easy victory then. You know, things like that. It's like, he won't escape next time when the pirate ran away. Like, they have things to say. And when you get the story, like, people in the dungeons later on, they also have, like, things to say throughout the fight, which is awesome. And then once the dungeon is over, you can go and talk to them, and they'll have, like, you know, comments at the end of each dungeon. No one ever pays any attention to any of that stuff. But I think it's so cool. So whoever that is, I appreciate that guy. Aye, such a task was on the books. Was, mind, I'm afraid that ship has already sailed, friend. Dolores Bear!
Ah, might you be the adventurer who accepted the job of investigating Sastasha?
Yes. Yes, Grover, I was.
Humph. It would seem that ship not only sailed but now returns to harbor, none the worse for its voyage. A pity. We dragged our boots too long on this one.
Hey, no matter. The wheel turn and our chance will come.
You are right, of course, but there shall be no rest till we have attained our goal, lofty though it may be.
Not a wink of sleep, great leader!
Our aim, lest you wonder, is to perform feats of heroism such that it will earn us a place in the songs of every alehouse in Eorzea. We mean to write a legend which will inspire adventurers as yet unborn to our shining example. Do you have such a goal? Large or small, it matters not. Only have a star to reach for, and you will reach higher.
Yeah, it's the saying, shoot for the moon and you'll reach the stars. It's like you may not reach your goal, but even a little bit of progress is still amazing,
Purpose can sustain you through times of hardship. Keep your eye on the prize, and all obstacles will be overcome in time. You would not think to stride into battle unclad, would you? Well, goals are as arms and armor for the spirit. I wish you fortune in your endeavors, sir.
I don't know why Dolores has that voice, but he has that voice now. Oh, back then, are you? With all your limbs and a tale to tell, I'll wager. Yeah, so, it was pirates and it was the Sahagin. Fishbacks, eh? And there I was thinking you'd only have a crack of pirate skull or 3. 7 L's. You turn your back for 5 bloody minutes and the scaly bastards have set up shop in your bleeding doorstep. Still, sounds like you left them in pieces, so I don't suppose they'll be carrying out whatever mischief they was planning. Unless they was planning on feeding themselves to Fauna Sastasha, of course. Any road holes, well, that ends well. On behalf of Limsala Mensa, I thank ye for shedding some light on the mystery. You've lived up to your reputation, and I couldn't have asked for more than that. Now, I'd bet you're dying for a rest, but just in case you're not, I was wondering if you might be interested in taking on another job. It just so happens I've had a request from our sister guild in Gridania, see. It seems the forest folk are in need of adventure what can get things done. For them to ask for help like this, you can bet the task won't be no skip through a sunny glade. But after what you've dealt with their fishback infestation, I doubt it's anything you can't handle. By the way, if you like this terrible accent, the rogue storyline starts off with you being joining these guys, and boy, there is a lot of this voice going around. And if you hate it, never ask me to do ninja ever. Give us a shout when you're ready, and I'll lay it out for you. Yay, Party Finder unlocked. Wow, we didn't have access to Party Finder before this? Oh, so you have to do duty support for the first dungeon now? Really? Oh no, I think we did get Duty Finder. We just didn't get Party Finder. Party Finder's different. Party Finder is this. That's different. That's different. So okay, no. Grun logged out. Logged in, got his pony, logged out. Ready to hear about that job, then? Like I said, the request comes from our sister guild in Gridania. Hey, were you talking about me? No, I was talking about Grun. Did you also do that? Did you also log in, get your pony, and log out? And that's all I know, but whatever it is they've asked you to... you get asked to do, I somehow doubt it'll pose any trouble for adventurers to survive the Battle of Sastasha. Maybe in progress of said accusation. Hey man, new content has come out recently. You should go do the North Horn. You should get your phantom weapon. You know, why not, right? Right? Whatever.
If you think you might be interested, you'll want to have orders of Mother Mune, me counterpart in Gridania. Good luck to you, mate.
Alright, back to Carline Canopy. Man, it feels like it's been a while. Phantom weapon, okay, bring me the crafting mats for it and I will after I get my dailies. They don't cost very much right now, actually. Actually, it's really funny. I thought for sure that the mats for the final step were going to be super expensive. Like 20,000 each. Wasn't expensive at all. I got the whole thing done with about, you have to pay 500k for the one item, and then all the other crafting mats I got for 100k, like, overall, like, total. So I spent a total of 600k to get the final step of the Phantom Relic done, up to needing to do the grind, which I'm actually almost done with already. It took 2 days. So the final step is real easy. Like, real easy. It's more like a victory lap than anything else. But all the other steps are still kind of a pain. Not much of one, though. I gotta be honest, they really front-loaded the difficulty. Like, getting the Demi-Atmas is the hardest part of the entire grind. After that, it's like, oh, do 60 dungeons. Pfft. Or spend time in Southhorn. You know, either one. You could do a little bit of both and do like 30 dungeons and spend like 3 or 4 hours in Southhorn, and that would be fine. Like, it doesn't take that long. And then the next step is, shock, surprise, do it again. I think I'm done with the Demi-Atmas. I need to trash them from my inventory. Yeah. If you've already gotten your Phantom weapon going to the point where you used them the first time, you don't need them again.
Alright, take a seat wherever you'd like, friend. Our waitress will come and take your... Oh, it's you! 'Tis so good to see you again. What's that here at Baderon's suggestion, you say? The foul-mouthed rogue sends me word that an adventurer might be along for the job, and it turns out to be you? Well, this makes things a lot easier, doesn't it? With regard to the task in question, there is a fair bit to tell. Let me know when you're ready to hear the details, and I'll brief you.
Alright, brief me. Oh, thank God the mount music is the damn generic Heavensward one? Oh, isn't the damn generic Heavensward one. What is it then? What is the music? Because I don't have it still. I still need to jump in someone else's stream and give some subs.
Ready for that briefing? Good. Now then, here's the long and short of it. Oh, it's Lewin!
Beg pardon for your interrupting, Mune, but our need grows ever more pressing. Have none stepped forward?
I don't know, it sounds sparkly and shit. I wonder if it's Beast or Dungeon theme. Can't put your finger on it. Oh. Okay, well, when I eventually get it, I'll find out.
And good evening to you too, Bowlord. Your need must be pressing indeed for you to honor us with your visit. The good news is your journey hasn't been wasted. I'm pleased to report that we have a volunteer at last, and one who comes highly recommended at that.
Well, if it isn't our very own man for all seasons. You certainly have a knack for appearing when you're most needed.
Yeah, that'll be a trend. That happens constantly, to the point where they start making jokes about it.
My thanks for answering the call. Now, time is of the essence, so I shall proceed directly to the heart of the matter. We wish for you to nip a potential threat to Gridania in the bud.
Legit question, can you gift yourself 3 subs and get it, or is there something with Twitch that doesn't work? Yeah, well, the thing is, you can't gift yourself 3 subs at all. I could gift 3 subs in my chat. The problem being that I don't think there's that many people who watch my stream. I think everyone who could get a sub already has one. Hey man, 3 subs for 3 mats is 3 subs. Oh, fuck. Beneath the central shroud, there lies an underground burial site called the Tamtera Deepcroft. The place was once a Gelmoran settlement, but we Gridanians have long interred the dead there. Of late, however, shadowy figures have been skulking about the Deepcroft with ever-increasing regularity. Based on the accounts of various witnesses, we suspect that these individuals may be the Lambs of Dalamud, a doomsday cult which sprung up prior to the calamity. These zealots have proven themselves dangerous in the past, and we leave them to their own devices at our peril. Ordinarily, I would have dispatched my best men to scour the Deepcroft with orders to flush the cultists out. Alas, the calamity has decimated our ranks, and the limited forces at my disposal are constantly required to keep the Ixtal at bay. Since we thwarted their attack on the Guardian Tree, the Birdmen have not allowed us a moment's respite. They have probed every elm of our defenses in search of a weakness, compelling me to spread our forces far more thinly than I would like. The situation so being, we have no choice but to entrust the task of dealing with the Lambs of Dalamud to others. Can we rely on you to handle this matter? Nod. You have my gratitude. Once you've seen to your preparations, pray make your way to the Deepcroft and identify yourself with a guard posted at the entrance. He will apprise you of the latest developments. That is all. Be careful out there, you hear? May the crystal guide and keep you. By the way, I love that you guys have a little choo-choo train because you contributed to the hype train. I think that's so cute. I love that. Let me actually see. How do I give subs in my own chat? Is that something I can do from this side? I think I might have to do it from some other side. Yeah, I don't think I can do it from my control panel. I think I have to do it from... I think I have to actually open up my own stream and then do that. Which would be weird. I think. Hold on. What can I do? I've never actually played with these buttons before. Here we go. Let's give some subs. One. Can I do that again? The thing closed. I wish it hadn't closed. How did I do that? Shit. How did I do that? I've forgotten already how I did that. Oh, my brain doesn't work. It's so bad. Damn it. I'm terrible at this. Oh, I love that. That's so funny. Here we go. Two. And 3. Oh god, I've got to remember my frickin' Mog Station password. Shit, what was it? There we go. Enter item code. Deliver item. An error has occurred. What do you mean an error has occurred? Boo. Whatever. It says that the code's been registered, so I guess it'll show up eventually. Either that or I just missed out on my pony. Who cares? 8675309. Anyway. Well, there you go. I did that on stream. now we go to the Tamterra Deepcroft. And we'll solo this one because it doesn't really matter. It is really cool, though, that the Sons of Dalamud are, like, still kind of a thing. And there's that one storyline that is probably going to be important soon with the upcoming Evangelion raids that also harken back to the Sons of Dalamud. And I believe the Sons of Dalamud are also important in Baja, aren't they? Well, important is the strong word. They're relevant in Baja. Hey, it's these guys. It's Dolores and all them. And Isildour. And Elaine. We see them again, too. Nice. I shudder to think what might have happened to Isildour if I hadn't thought to pick that fruit I stumbled across on the way here. Sometimes he has too much vigor for his own good. Age is supposed to mellow us, but if anything, it's made him more impetuous. I understand his desire to make use of the time left to him, but one misstep and there won't be any. Childish curiosity prompted me to commit the most elementary of blunders. Were it not for the fruit that Elaine found, my adventures may well have ended in this forbidding place. Always look before you leap. In my haste, this most fundamental rule of adventuring slipped my mind. I do believe I shall rest here for a while.
So we meet again! I cannot say I'm surprised to see you here. You took the prize back in Limsa, but this time we will give you better sport. I am no true adventurer.
Gods, I hate mausoleums. It's not right to disturb the dead in their slumber. Think of our goal, sister. One day our adventures will be the stuff of song, and it will all be worth it.
You're Kadosha Spin, I take it. Thanks for helping us out, friend. No doubt the Bowlord has already informed you, but your task is to enter the Deepcroft and purge it of the lands of Dalamud. In case you're unfamiliar with them, the cult emerged shortly before the Calamity at the end of the 6th Astral Era. Oh, I just got the message that dinner's ready, so I might go grab that before we go into the dungeon. The cultists took the lesser moon, Dalamud, for their god, believing that it would deliver them from devastation. And so they were rather disappointed when Dalamud exploded into 1,000 flaming pieces before it could complete its descent. Now, having seen their god turn to ash, one would think the cultists might feel moved to question their faith. On the contrary, it served only to stoke the flames of their fanaticism. The Lambs of Dalamud are convinced that heretics, that is to say, everyone but them, interfered with the coming of their Lord and Savior, and that it's now their sacred duty to avenge him. Whatever it is they're doing in the Deepcroft, you may be sure that no good will come of it. For the sake of Gridania and Eorzea at large, put an end to their madness. The Tamtara Deepcroft is now accessible. Yay! Okay, well, before we go in, I'm going to go ahead and go get my food. So I'm going to hit the add button. Not that any of you guys see ads anymore. Ha 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 ha, because I have that check marked. I have it so that people who are subbed don't see ads. Who just did that? What was that? What just happened? What was that noise? That was such a familiar noise. Ah, I got mail. That's the Sparkle Pony. All right, so I'm going to go get food and then do the Tamtara Deepcroft. After the Deepcroft, I'll go and check on that mail and get my Sparkle Pony. So, BRB, everybody. Idle camera. And BRB. Look at the cute little baby unicorn. Look at me. Look at me. Okie dokie, I return. F. Behold, for I return. What the fuck? Look at the bees! Not the bees! I got my plate. It's cool. It's like a shrimp curry. Interesting. All right, stop staring at bees. All right, unsync. Tamtara. We go. You know, before they gave the duty support guys personalities, I always felt that this was more canonically accurate. I always thought that, you know, we went to these places alone, which meant that we should do the dungeon alone. So it's like, most people are going in like 3 or 4 people, but we're badasses. We go in solo. And it's only during the big moments where we actually have to have like party members at first, you know. Because we're just that good. We're just that cool. So there was a time when I thought this was the more immersive thing to do. But now that those guys have personalities, it almost feels it almost feels a shame not to include them, you know. But they'll get their time in the sun. There are adventuring buddies that we call in when we really need them. Not for silly little things like dealing with a cult. We can deal with that on our own. Look at that. You know, you never really take the time to look up at that thing while you're in this dungeon. You just kind of go from objective to objective. I mean, you never really think about the implications. They've gone into the Deep Croft where, like, all the dead are interred. And, yeah, they're like, causing a little bit of a ruckus with the undead, but not much of one. They're more of a distraction. They've got this big orb of darkness coalescing up there that is, like, summoning all this void energy. What the hell are they doing that for? Like, what is their ultimate goal? It's like, when the ritual fails, it summons a mind flare. It's like, that's just how much energy they had already managed to accumulate. So what the hell was it supposed to do?
You seem surprised. Did you not cross our gates in search of blood? Come hither, children of the dawn. The Undying Master will drink deep tonight.
No. Bye. Bye, Galvan. And so, yeah, that's the difference between doing it unsynced and doing it synced. There's no, like, paying attention to the boss fights. There's no real immersion with the fellow party members having things to say and dialogue to contribute as we go on through. But it took us 3 minutes instead of 15 minutes. Alright. So let's head back to Gridania. Let's grab our Sparkle Pony. See what that song is. See if we can figure it out. And then get back to it. I love that you can just, like, pause the New Game Plus whenever. And, like, it remembers your spot. I love that. And I also love that it's separated in chapters that are really finely cut up so that even though there's only one save file for the New Game Plus, because it ends so regularly, that's not too much of an issue. So you can very easily just enjoy the parts of the game you want to relive and not have to play the whole game through all the way through if you don't want to. We are playing through it all the way through because we want to. But we don't have to, and that's the important part. Yeah, I got mail. That's what we're getting right now. Yep. Sparkle Pony. That was fast. There it is. Let's just go outside and see what that song is. BGM 60. Oh, it's Palace of the Dead. Yeah. It's also used in Hawk Manor, I think, as well as in certain Halloween events. Yeah, it's Palace of the Dead. Is that not the music you were hearing? Because that's the music I'm hearing. That's Palace of the Dead. Does it play different music when you mount up, or? Yeah. I barely hear you, let's be real, but I don't remember the pod theme. You barely hear me, or you barely hear the music? Because there shouldn't be any audio problems. If there's audio problems, what are you not hearing? Or do you mean something else? I'm confused. Yeah, that's Palace of the Dead. You can barely hear me? That's weird. Yeah, no, I'm turned all the way up. When I speak, I'm in the yellow. I can turn myself up more, I guess. What does this do? I actually don't know what this does. I don't think that does anything. I don't know what that does. I'm maxed out on OBS. Let me see if I can manipulate my actual microphone. Turn that to there. How's that? Is that better? I compare the two streams. I have it at 100%. I barely hear, and other streams at 50%. I hear them a lot clearer. Sounds the same. That's weird. I turned up the I turned up the volume like by a lot. What? What's doing that? Because that's set to Yeti microphone. That's set to Yeti microphone. And there we go. I max out the microphone. I've now maxed it out. I am as loud as I can possibly be. How's that? Am I loud enough now? Am I too loud? Which is weird because I only turned it up slightly from where it already was. When you said it was no different. It's weird because Discord is actually having me like in the red now. Like it is saying, "What are you doing? You're maxing the volume." It is very upset with me. But, you know, if that's what it takes for me to be heard, I guess. All right. I can't listen to the sound while I'm streaming, so I'll have to take your word for it. That is absolutely going to make a lot of the voice acting a lot weirder as well. Because I speak a lot louder when I do voice acting. Audio balancing is painful. I don't wish it on people. I agree. I have to do it constantly. It's never how I like it. It's always different. I change nothing and everything changes. Whatever. You think we lost game audio? I didn't touch the game audio. How could we lose it? It didn't change. Master volume 50. Shret, I don't mean to alarm you, but I think maybe you might be going deaf. Alright, well, back to New Game Plus. Now that's just a sad truth. Alright. I'm back, Mother Mune. I killed a cult. And I got a rainbow unicorn. Welcome back, Kadesh. I am reliably informed that your foray into the Deep Prof was a success. Nor did I expect any less. You've made such a habit of succeeding that it's difficult to not take your talents for granted. Rest assured, however, Mother is impressed, even if she isn't surprised. Beaulord Lewin asked me to pass on his thanks. I must say, it's something of a relief to be able to call upon such a capable adventurer. Sadly, death has become ever more common occurrence within our fraternity of late. Times being what they are, the guild is constantly inundated with petitions, and we are hard-pressed to find enough hands to deal with them all. While this means no shortage of work for abled souls such as yourselves, it also provides ample opportunity for the inexperienced to overreach themselves, with predictable consequences. As if to illustrate the point, it's Edda's party, with her husband dying. Which sets off the storyline of the Palace of the Dead, and the Tamtara Deepcroft Hard, which is super interesting. That's just, you know, part of the MSQ for a while. And we saw them earlier. We saw them outside of Sastasha. You can never escape Tam Tam. Veer's gone, and it's all your fault. If it hadn't taken you an age to heal him, he'd still be alive. But I tried. He bolted out of range before I could finish the spell. He shouldn't have been so hard-pressed in the first place. We should have done more to lighten his burden.
Bah, the hell's with this pathetic excuse for a party. I'm leaving, and it'll be too soon if I never see your faces again. Goodbye and good riddance.
I'm leaving as well. I doubt this comes as any surprise, but I never liked you. I only suffered you for your healing, but you couldn't even do that one thing right. Cruel as this may sound, you brought this upon yourself. Oh, and by the way, as some parting advice, get rid of Avir's head, bury it, cremate it, do whatever the hells you like with it, but for God's sake, stop carrying it around. It's just, get rid of it, alright? One of the many instances I wish Phoenix Sounds worked in lore, right? Wait, don't leave me alone, please. I'm sorry, Avir, please forgive me. And then she goes fuck nuts insane. Scenes like this have become all too common. That makes 12 times in half as many days. Wow, 12 people have died in 6 days? Oh. Now you see why I'm grateful for adventures of your experience. I can send men like you on a mission without worrying that you might not return. Well, not so much at any rate. Speaking of missions, I would entrust you with another. About a bell ago, I received a message from my counterpart in Ul'dah. She seeks the services of a reliable adventurer, and you are nothing if not reliable. If you think you might be interested in the task, say the word, and I will be glad to share the details. Nod. Alright, I believe this one is off to Halatali. Also reminded of those many manga series where that one party kicks out a party member and goes surprise Pikachu face when they want revenge or turn evil, right? Yeah, or turn massively overpowered for no reason. All of which happens to Edda. Alright, the Call of the Desert. So, you're not averse to taking a little trip? Wonderful. As I mentioned earlier, the request comes from the Adventurers Guild in Ul'dah. Once you arrive, seek out Mamodi, the proprietress of the Quicksand. Think of her as the Sultanate's version of myself. Chances are she'll send you to the midst of danger, but I have every confidence that you will pull through unscathed. Now, off you go, Kadash, and good luck. Alright, off to Ul'dah. By the way, once again, let me know if audio is weird, because it's a constant problem. It's so good. Whoa, nice scythe! Where'd you get that? That's the Manderville scythe. Oh! I'll have to get that at some point. Hi, Mamodi. It seems like just yesterday we were in here causing drunken bar fights.
Welcome to the Quicksand, friend. I'm a tad busy right now. If you wouldn't mind showing yourself to... Judging by your determined expression, I take it you ain't here for ale. Are you called Kreshishpin by any chance? Mune sent word that you'd be reporting for duty. She also made a point of calling you the adventurer of the moment. That ain't no small praise coming from her. But you didn't come all the way here to listen to my prattle. Doubtless you're eager to get started, so let's talk business, shall we?
Into a copper hell.
The petitioner ought to be arriving any moment now.
Papa Sean,
Gods almighty! Another second under that sun and I would have been set afire. A tankard of ale, if you'd be so kind.
it's Papa Sean! The best Lullafell ever! He stole that scythe from WoW. Don't know why that green glow reminds me of Illidan's arm blades, but it's the green fire. It's the green fire. The blades of Azeroth also have green fire.
Excellent timing, Papa Sean. It just so happens the adventurer who'll be handling your petitions here.
Hi, Papa Sean.
So this strapping young man is the much-lauded adventurer, is he? Marvelous, marvelous. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, good sir. I am Papa Sean, formerly of the Sultan Sworn. I thank you for agreeing to lend us your aid.
Mayhap you'd like to apprise Crash of his mission?
Oh, yes, of course. The petition in question was submitted by an acquaintance of mine at Amagina and Sons Mineral Concerns. It relates to an unfortunate development at Coppermill Mines. To be plain, giants have seized control of the place. These giants are a clan known as the Heckenton Keres, fearsome creatures who were sealed within the deepest depths of the mine during the bygone Thorn Dynasty. Alas, it seems they've managed to break through a layer of rock which served to imprison them, and now prowl the tunnels where the miners ply their trade. The creatures are justifiably angry about their treatment at the hands of our ancestors, and their presence has forced the suspension of all the mining activities on the site.
It's no wonder they're angry. Didn't Thorn Dynasty come to an end over 300 years ago?
You know your history well, milady. The people of that age used the Heckenteres to work their mines. By way of enchanted helms, they were able to bind the ferocious creatures to their will. But, as is oft the way in such tales, these enchantments eventually failed, and the slaves rose up against their masters. In a desperate bid to contain the unbridled fury of the Heckenteres, our ancestors induced the collapse of the mine's lowermost levels. So it was that the great giant revolt has ended, buried beneath 100,000 tons of rock.
Well now, that's got me thinking. I seem to recall there being an article about Copperbell in the Mithril Eye a fortnight ago. It said the mines will be reopened so as to meet the rising demand for building materials. Like as not, our boys dug a bit too deep and freed the giants. Gods, to think the poor creatures are still alive and kicking after 3 centuries. That's a long time to be nursing a grudge. They must be seething.
Indeed, and that makes them a danger to us all. There will be no mining at Copperbell Mines so as long as they remain. For the sake of both peace and prosperity, they must be subdued. This is the task for which we would have you undertake. I'll not deny that the mission will be rife with danger, but our need is great, and so I beg you to put an end to this sorry business.
Nods.
Gods bless you! I feared you might have reservations, but I assure you that it is for the best.
In case you don't know, Copperbell Mines was in Western Thanalan. Do take care now you're here.
Ah, and one last thing before you depart. An employee of Amangina and Sons is presently at the quicksand. The fellow's name is Painted Mesa, and he knows the Copperbell Mines well. It may behoove you to seek his counsel.
So yeah, 300 years ago, the giants rose in revolt from being slaves. The giant slave revolt. And so their masters buried them under tons of rock. They sat there for 300 years, broke out, and now they're pissed. Very understandably so. So what are we going to do about it? We're going to kill them all.
You looking for Painted Mesa? Well, you found him. So you're the venturer who's volunteered to deal with the mess down in Copperbell, are you?
You've got guts, mate. I just hope you've got skills to go with them, 'cause things ain't pretty down there. The Heckington Carries left the place a right state nary a week after mining resumed. I don't know if you know this, but Copperbell was old when the Second Old Dynasty was still young, and it was abandoned centuries ago. If it hadn't been for the shortage of materials needed for the rebuilding effort, the concern would never have thought to reopen it. We knew full well about the giants beforehand, but the project went ahead anyway. I mean, nothing could possibly survive being buried under a mountain's worth of rock for 3 centuries, right? Wrong! Our miners dug up more than they bargained for. One swing of the pickaxe too many, and we found themselves in the giant company of giants. Unless we can subdue them, the nation's glorious recovery will grind to a halt for want of aught to build with. The stone torches are keeping watch over the entrance in case the giants fancy some sunlight and fresh air. One of them will be able to show you the way in. The hope of the nation's resting on you, friend. Best of luck.
All right, to Copperbell. Food. Sparkle Pony. That guy's name is Doomloop.
There's been an incident inside Copperbell Mines. We are here to ensure that that its effects are contained, but for your own safety, I suggest you stay away from here. What? You're the adventurer who volunteered to quell the Heckington Carries? I didn't think that Papashan would find someone so quickly, if at all. The giants are content to wreak havoc inside the mines for now, but it's only a matter of time before they think to come outside. The sooner you see to them, the better. Make ready as best you can and enter at will.
Alright, Copperbell Mines. Let's get in there. Oh, wait, hold on. Before we do that, I want to go to the options and I want to turn on cinematics. I noticed that they were being skipped before. I forget how you do that. God, how do you do that? Here we go, cutscene skipping. Turn them off. Actually, leave those on, turn that one off. If we're going through this again, we might as well see the cinematics. Alright, down we go. Audio's still good. You hear me. You hear the game. The audio balancing isn't fucked with. I'm not being drowned out by the music. None of that. Everything good. Because, god damn, that audio balancing is annoying. It's a Heckinton care! And he died! I love how he bursts out like that. It's scary as shit. By the way, this place is so Mines of Moria coded, with all the, like, scaffolding frickin' everywhere. You know, I always thought it was weird. They said that the guys who were working this were those giants, right? So how come a lot of this scaffolding is way too small? Like, it would make sense if it was the Lalafels doing this stuff, but, like, all this equipment seems way too small. It's all Lalafel sized. What does this say? It says no entry. By the way, a reminder that all the writing in this game is in English. It's really hard to read because of the font they use. But that says no entry. Yeah. Didn't we used to go down this originally? Wasn't this the pathway forward at some point? At one point? I vaguely remember that. Or was it always decoration? I don't remember. But it feels like you would get on that thing. I don't remember. Maybe it was never like that, and it was always like a new player trap. Kaboom! Hey, Kodos. Bye, Kodos. They redesigned a few of these fights to be more tutorial-y, so that they behave more like fights throughout the game, and I really like that they did that. You can argue that, you know, oh, they made the game too samey because now the fights that are going on at the very beginning of the game are the same kinds of fights that are happening at the end of the game. That's not good. That's too samey. It's like, no, they've got tutorials for future fights, which makes perfect sense. Having the fights in ARR not match the fights in any future expansion is the weird one. Like, that's the weird thing. But there were a lot of people who were not happy about the change. But I don't know. I really don't have a problem with, you know, the early dungeons being a tutorial for future dungeons. That makes perfect sense. Bam! And believe me, I'm not shy about being critical of game design. Like how this guy... I'm so glad they changed him because he was awful. Now he dies. I actually had that fight with Cray not too long ago. It's like, no, he takes 99% less damage, which means you can kill him. He's not immune to damage. Not now, but what it used to be like. Once upon a time. Although they've changed it so many times. Like, it used to be a whole bunch of, like, little dust bunny guys invading. And it's like, the slime boss has changed so many times. I'm not talking about how he is now. I'm talking about how he used to be. Alright, final boss time. The Cold Throne. Slaves no more! Free! Free! I like that these giants have a lore reason for having the helmet on. Masters must pay! Masters must die! Never again! Never! And dead. And then in the hard mode, we find out that that's actually the son of the... like, that's the prince of the giants. Alright. Excellent. Back to the guild. Hop. Hop. High painted mesa. Oh, it looks like we've got a synced event. Hell yeah. Level 21. There's no way you do 2 dungeons, you're only level 21 at this point. Ah, the Conqueror of the Cobblebells returns. Thanks to you, our mining operations can resume, and Ultar will have the materials she needs to rebuild. The entire nation's in your debt, friend. I'll share the good tidings with Papa Shaw the next time I see him. As for you, you'll want to report to Mamodi. It'll do the woman well to see you alive in one piece. Nods. No! Oh my god. It's this it's this asshole. Look at this fucking hairstyle. It never stops being ridiculous. I don't Who willingly chooses this? I don't understand. Shut your mouth, you thieving little swine! You stole from me, don't even think to deny it. But please, sir, I didn't steal nothing. I bought this, paid for it with my own coin. What rot? You refugees are all the same. Couldn't afford maggoty mole meat, much less a choice cut of dodo. I'm gonna say it one more time. Give back what you stole, or I'll make you wish you never set foot in this town. By rights, I should turn you over to the brass blades, you know. Help keep the streets safe for law-abiding citizens. But I'm a reasonable man. If you agree to serve me in whatever capacity I require, the authorities needn't hear about your crime. Certain JoJo character. You making fun of my hair? Yes. Creeps. Typical Ulda. The fact that some of y'all see this as your capital city tells me a lot about who you guys are. No, I'm just playing. I'm kidding. But I ain't done nothing wrong. 12 is my witness. Yeah, everyone's like, I'm not stepping in on this. Hey, what's wrong with Gridania? Hey, every city-state has their problems. I'm just talking about Ul'dah. Like, they got people who are accosting desperate damsels to serve them in whatever needs they may require. And they're like, yep, that's my capital. Gridania has racism, you know. So instead of rapists, they have racists. So, you know, pick your poison. And then Limsa's thieves, pirates, and cutthroats, and the Keykern, which I guess also has racism. So it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B with Limsa.
But please, adventure, help me, I beg of ye. I swear on my mother's grave I didn't steal nothing. I bought this with the coin I saved. I only wanted to treat me children to a decent meal.
Yeah, I'll get in the middle of this.
Then who the hell's are you when you're at home? The dog's master?
Oh, this dog's master?
I've had enough of this mummers farce. You lot,
Teach him a lesson. Alright. Time to kick your ass with gladiator flair. As soon as the game loads. There we go.
I'll take care of this. The rest of you can just watch. Not bad for an adventurer. Oh, I should have stopped at the 7th ale. Stop bloody gulping at me and get ahead, will ye? Bugger, bugger, bugger!
Your bodyguards suck. So yeah, when it comes to Eorzea, do you want capitalist rapists, racists, or a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B? Those are your options. Or you can go north to Ishgard, and you can have the isolationists and warmongers and classists. They're classist. And then you go east to Alamigo, where you have the professional victims.
Oh, you're getting paid enough for this.
And that's Eorzea. Isn't it great? Isn't it wonderful?
Hey, where the hell do you think you're going?
Thank ye, kind adventurer. Thank ye thrice over.
Ah!
This is, what, the second time this is happening? Or is it the third? I think it's the third time this is happening.
I swear, there were more refugees when last I looked. And you wouldn't be mistaken. But it's been 5 years since the calamity. Why are they only coming here now? It's simple, really. While a number of hamlets survived the immediate aftermath of the calamity, many were no longer able to support their communities. The residents found their lands had either been rendered barren or cut off from trade routes, and problems like those ain't easily solved. Although they tried to make the best of it, it was only a matter of time before they were forced to abandon their homes and seek a new life in the city.
I see. But the calamity affected the whole realm, didn't it? Is the same thing happening in other cities? If the talk is true, yes. Though perhaps our situation is more pronounced. Uldar has a reputation for being prosperous, so it's natural that refugees will want to try their luck here first. Well, my heart goes out to them, it truly does, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't apprehensive. I hope their presence doesn't foment lawlessness in the city. Well, if things do take a turn for the worse, we always have the immortal flames. I dare say the brass blades would welcome their help. The heroes who fought in the Carlian Empire patrolling the streets for riffraff? It may well come to that. Impoverished and desperate as they are, you may be sure that some of the refugees will turn to crime. You know what this place is like. If you've got no coin, you've got no hope. America, America. No, I'm just playing. Oh, fuck. Oh, what will become of our city? Not all refugees are bad, mind you. Some are able to find employment and lead honest lives. Dodo tenderloins, get... Oh. Dodo tenderloins, get your dodo tenderloins, guaranteed cheapest in Thanalan. Thank you for your custom, madam. Please come again. Looking around, you'd think that Uldar was well on its way to recovery. But peer through the veil of prosperity and you'll see no end to the misery and suffering. Yep. That's happening in a lot of places right now, to this day. Ha 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 ha. Political commentary is political and commentary. Sir, are you alright? Yeah, I just had a vision of you buying dodo tenderloins, and also these two random dudes talking about refugees. What now? You mean to threaten a defenseless citizen? I saw her buy the dodo meat. What? Saw her buy that meat, you say? That's absurd. I saw it. Aye, as did I. Leave that poor woman alone, you damnable vulture. Who said that? One of them. Hey, look, there's Ida. I guess, I bet it might have been Ida. Considering she just poked her head out. I didn't even see her the first time. Was she there the whole time? I don't think she was there the whole time. She might have been. Grr, I'll overlook this, but this once. Run away! God bless ye, adventure. If you hadn't come along when you did, who knows what that monster might have done. It don't bear thinking about. Nod. Ooh. Case closed. Hello again! We have been keeping a close eye on you ever since you left Gridania. You discharged your duty as envoy impeccably, and never once faltered in the face of myriad dangers. But more importantly, you were always ready to help those in need, even if you didn't stand to earn a gil by doing so. I did stand to earn a lot of gil, actually, but... You are possessed of all the qualities we seek in an adventure. Of this we are convinced. Even if you were kind of dragged into that business with the dodo meat. Yes, thank you, Ida. And then there's the matter of your gift. I dare say you're as curious as to the nature of your vision that you bore witness to moments ago? Yes, well, we can help you to understand that. You're not the only one with that power, you know. We have a friend who has it too, and we'd love for you to meet her. And meeting her is only the beginning, for we would also have you lend your aid, your strength to our cause.
In return, we should be glad to assist you in your adventuring endeavors in whatever capacity we're able to. Should you decide to take us up on our offer, and I sincerely hope that you will, pray speak with Momodi, the proprietress of the Quicksand, is a good friend of ours. She will tell you where to find us.
Or you could just tell me. You're right in front, whatever.
Wait a minute. We haven't even told you the name of our order. We're in the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, Defenders of Justice. Oh, but don't tell anyone, except for Momodi. She knows already.
Well, that just kind of happened to me. So I wasn't even involved in that. That just sort of happened. You ever have instances like that in your life where you're just kind of sitting, minding your own business, doing nothing, when all of a sudden an event occurs around you that is like, well, I guess I'm in this now because I just happened to be here at the time. Oh well. It's like you don't even participate in it, but because it happened around you, suddenly you're implicated.
It seems like that'd become an ever more common, I'm afraid. Don't worry, though. If you work hard, you'll probably be all right.
Nod. Hey, look, it's us. If we had chosen to come to Ul'dah, this would be who we are. But it's not who we are.
Saying that, if you ever find yourself in a spot of bother, come and see me. Just don't go pestering me every time you graze your knee, eh? Of course, I do enjoy hearing tales of gentlemen's woes over women folk from time to time. How can I sorry to keep you waiting? I was just providing guidance to a fresh face off the carriage adventurer. But gods, it's good to see you safe and well, and to look at you, no one would ever have guessed you'd been hard at it with giants in the dark. You're every only adventure Mune said you'd be. The station master will be overjoyed when she hears the news.
God, what is this accent? It's some sort of mix between Boston and Cockney. It's so messy. I was doing the goblins. Hey pal, trade Prince Galloway's. Hey, I was doing that originally, and then it sort of shifted into Cockney out of nowhere, and now it's sort of like a mix of the two, and I can't undo it anymore.
Oh, before I forget, there's a lass who wanted a word with you. Didn't actually know your name, but hearing your description, I knew who she meant right away.
Oh god, it's Edda. Are you still carrying around Avira's head?
Thank you for sparing the time. I realize you don't know me, but I've been longing to speak with you for a while now.
Huh?
My name is Edda. I'm an adventurer like you, though I'm not very good at being one, truth be told. Anyway, I was adventuring with my friends in Gridania we were in Gridania when the leader of our party was killed. His name was Avir, and he and I were to be wed in the spring. You may not remember him, but to say that he remembered you would be an understatement. He would sing your praises from dawn to dusk. He saw you for what you are, you see, an adventurer's adventurer, and swore that he would be like you one day. I believe that he would have succeeded had the fiend not robbed him of the chance. Since that day, I have thought long and hard about giving up adventuring. But when I think of the man you are, of all that you've achieved, I find that I'm inspired, just as Avir once was. And so I decided to start again as an adventurer. I'll go back to the village of my birth and begin training anew. But I wanted to meet you first, to ask your name.
It's Kadash.
Kadash Ispen, I shan't forget. Thank you, Kadash. I pray that we'll meet again. Fare you well. How adventuring can be a cruel, bleeding business. Time was I didn't know why anyone would bother. When they first asked me to take charge of the guild here, I didn't want aught to do with you lot. Though it'd be a right pain in the ass looking for you all. Thought it would be a right pain in the ass looking after you all. But against my better judgment, I decided to accept the post, and I'm full glad I did. I feel privileged to be part of your lives. And that goes double for yours.
Oh, by the way, Scions of the Seventh Dawn and stuff.
Hey, what you say? You want to know about the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? Or they're beginning to move in earnest then? Listen, the Scions ain't no ordinary folk. And the work they do ain't no ordinary work. I know full well how capable you are, but even you would think twice about accepting some of the stuff they do. Knowing that, if you're still certain you want to get involved, I'll tell you what I can.
And then Edda goes off to go completely fuck-nuck insane. It's fantastic. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
So you want to know more then, do you? Well, ain't that a surprise? I swear, if I painted certain death on one door and limitless wealth on the other, 9 out of 10 adventurers would come through the first, and the other bloke wouldn't be able to choose on account of being an old on. Anyway, don't say I didn't warn you. First of all, if you're wondering whether you can trust these Scions of the Seventh Dawn, you can. They're good people who've made it their mission to solve some of Eorzea's most pressing problems. Of course, that ain't no small tasks, so they're always looking for dependable individuals to join them. Individuals like you. Now, I've been given leave to tell you where to find the Scions, but you must promise to keep this information to yourself. As you can probably imagine, it's something Eorzea's enemies would very much like to know. The Scions are headquartered in Vesper Bay, out in western Thanalan. The place you're looking for is called the Waking Sands. Give 'em your name to whoever's at the entrance, and you'll be let in. You're a man in demand, Kadesh, and the days ahead promise to be busy, but I hope you won't forget about them as helped make you the adventurer you are. Drop in and tell 'em how you're faring from time to time, you hear? Right then, said my piece. Off you go.
Small, subtle reminder to go talk to people that you've met along the way, because they actually do have updated dialogue. There are reasons where it's like, this is like a good, stopping point in the story. I'm gonna go and, talk to some of the NPCs that I've met along the way, because they have different dialogue now. Or they might have different dialogue, because sometimes they do. And that's interesting. But another very rarely touched upon thing. There's so much hidden dialogue in this game, it's outright ridiculous. Oh, wrong thing. Just a reminder that this is the amount that you get if you gift 3 subs. Most of y'all have it already, but, just in case you don't. What is this?
Bless me. Oh, God.
I don't have any rice in my beard, do I? Alright. Vesper Bay. Utgard Geekhaven. Nice name. Right. Hello! It's Tataru Taru! So named because the little people in Final Fantasy XI that these guys are based on were called the Taru Taru. Deep in the desert of my heart, a lonely flower blooms, yearning for the heavens above to quench my thirst for you. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-lo-lo-lo-lo-lo. Bah! I would thank you not to sneak up on me like that.
Now, please be advised that this is private property. Unless you have pertinent business here, I must ask you to...
I was invited by the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
You're here at the behest of Ida and Papa Limo? Oh, my sincerest apologies. May I please have your name?
Kadash Ispin.
Kadash Ispin. Ah, there you are. Ahem. I bid you welcome to the Waking Sands.
She's talking directly to the player right now. She's doing that thing that Mune did.
Headquarters of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Stop breaking the fourth wall. It's there for a reason, damn it.
My name is Tataru, and I look forward to assisting you during your time with us. The antecedent is within the solar. I shall let her know to expect you.
Yeah, that's a sort of an old theater trick. Whenever someone front faces like this and gives you a full-on portrait outline, that means they're speaking directly to the player breaking the fourth wall, or the audience, essentially. They're not speaking to the person they're speaking to the audience. Lots of things do that. But it was originally a stage play, like, trick.
I take it you are Kadash Ispin. Tadaru sent word that you'd arrived. Lady Minfilia is eagerly awaiting your coming. Please, this way, if you please. Actually, hold on. Oh, I was gonna go check out something. I didn't know the cutscene would start. Oh well.
So you are the adventurer of whom I've heard so much.
Jesus Christ!
That that voice acting is very loud to me. I don't know if it's loud to you guys, but it's loud to me.
Well met, friend. My name is Minfilia, and I lead the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Hello.
I have awaited your coming. Please, be at ease. You are among friends here.
By the way, I don't know if you noticed, but we never met these two. Once upon a time, as part of the leveling MSQ, they had you essentially do a sort of non-start for all three zones. So you, no matter where you started, you would eventually do some version of the quest line that involved these two, so that you met them before this point. But it's always the initial guys that you first met who would invite you here. They cut that out.
No doubt you are ripe to burst with questions. But have patience. All will be revealed in time. First, let me begin by telling you who we are and what we do. We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, an order that transcends political boundaries. Our single objective is the preservation of the future of Eorzea. Among our gravest concerns are the godlike beings known as the Primals.
You know, 1.0 doesn't exist anymore, but there are cutscenes and stuff that have started appearing on YouTube. I didn't actually know that in 1.0 you like spent time with these characters. Like I knew that you had to on some level, but I really didn't appreciate exactly how much time you spent with these characters.
Their existence is a bane upon Eorzea. Nay, the world at large. And we have striven to find a lasting solution to the threat they pose. Our order is home to a number of individuals who, like you, possess a rare and special talent. This talent takes various forms, but one holds particular interest for us. Tell me, have you ever experienced a sudden, inexplicable loss of consciousness? Have you ever had the sensation of being pulled away from reality? Felt as though you were hovering in space, a mind without a body?
See, she's doing it. She's doing it now, too. Speaking to player, not character. It's like, have you noticed that this is happening to your character? Yes.
All these things are the manifestations of your talent. Yours is the power to transcend the boundaries of the soul, a power known as the Echo. The Echo allows you to pass through the walls of a man's soul and hear the resonations of his past. You will be there in his memories and see things as he saw them. You may even interact with that which you see, though you cannot change the outcome of events.
Has that happened? I'm trying to think. Have we ever been able to interact with things going on in an echo? I don't know that they've ever played around with that. They set that up to be possible, but I don't think they ever did it.
For another blessing, the Echo will enable you to know a man's mind even if you cannot comprehend his words.
Yeah, it's a universal translator.
In short, the Echo is a truly extraordinary power, and this power is strong within you. It is only a shame that we cannot use it whensoever we choose.
Which is so interesting that later on you actually get taught how to control the Echo, and they do nothing with that. And I don't know why. Literally, later on, we get taught how to control the Echo, what the Echo actually is, how to tap into it, and then force it to actually, like, do what we want it to do. And then, I guess they just kind of forget that they did that? Question mark? Because it never comes up that we just have that ability now.
That's right. I, too, possess the Echo.
Yay!
With that established, let us return to the subject of the primals. So long as they exist, the realm cannot take so much as a single step towards true peace. Measures must be taken. Measures which transcend boundaries, be they of faction, race, language, or creed. And to do so, the Scions require the aid of those with our talent.
Makes sense.
Make no mistake, the Echo will be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. Without it, we cannot hope to save the realm. I know not what it is you desire for yourself, nor what it was that first brought you to Eorzea.
From her description, it sounds like she doesn't know that those who have the Echo are immune to tempering. So I guess that's just something that hasn't come up before.
But I firmly believe that the power we possess was given to us for a purpose. Why else would the gods entrust man with a gift so extraordinary, if not to have him use it?
If God wanted us to fly, we'd have been born with wings.
And so I implore you, lend us your power.
Naturally, your aid will not go unrewarded. I don't know why they only did the first half of this as a cutscene, and the second half it just stops. Did they run out of money? Like what? Why? She stops speaking mid-conversation. Do the whole conversation. We are fortunate to have a number of influential allies, and at a word from me, they will gladly afford you certain privileges that you might otherwise be denied. The right to employ retainers, for example. Are you familiar with them? They are individuals who may be relied upon to manage your assets and belongings on your behalf. The papers you requested, my lady. I wonder if we should do like some of the other streamers and give Totaro a smoker voice. I always thought that was the funniest meme, and more than one streamer did it, which I thought was weird. It's like it wasn't something that was planned, but like Jesse did it, Preach did it. Someone else also did it. And it's like, why are so many people look at Totaro and are like, oh, gotta give her this kind of voice. Why is that the kind of voice that Totaro has? What? But more than one person did that. And I'm like, that's so weird. Thank you, Totaro. Oh, the pleasure was mine, my lady. So dumb. I don't want to steal someone else's joke, but I thought it was very funny. By way of a welcoming gift, I have taken the liberty of adding your name to the retainer's registry. As of now, you are entitled to employ the services of a retainer. You will need to consult a retainer vocate regarding the particulars of this arrangement, but believe me when I say that retainers will prove invaluable to you in your adventuring endeavors. Yes, I use them to make money. Let this gesture serve as evidence to our commitment to do all in our power to facilitate your personal objectives. In return, we ask that you aid us to the fullest extent of your talents. I like that. I like that they set up really early on that it's not just us helping them and, like, being the hero of the realm for nothing. They are trying to hold up their end of, like, a symbiotic relationship. It's not their fault that we're the warrior of light and they're just a bunch of plebs, you know? They're trying. A mutually beneficial relationship, I'm sure you will agree, and one which serves the greater good besides. Well, that was a veritable lecture, was it not? Forgive me. But it is important that all concerned are aware what is expected of them. Now you know our purpose and what we can offer you. I invite you to consider joining us. When you've come to a decision, you may tell me without fear of censure. In good faith, I shall entrust you with our order's password, which our members use to reach one another when afield, which we almost never use. It is Wild Rose. Pray keep it safe. Final Fantasy II reference. Okay, so keep an eye on Thancred, because there comes a point where you can actually tell when he's no longer Thancred. Now, I'm trying to remember, but I believe the clue was a necklace that he gets that has like a little gem on it. Let's keep an eye on Thancred and see if we can spot when that thing appears. Our organization, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, was formed through the union of two separate entities. The first was comprised of Charlian natives, such as myself, and was once called the Circle of Knowing. The second, made up of individuals that share your rare gift, which was known the Path of the 12. The terrible events that ushered the Seventh Umbral Era taught us that only together may we stand against the evil that seeks to consume us. Summoning a primal is no small feat. It requires a tremendous concentration of ether, which is why the beast tribes go to such lengths to obtain crystals. Once they manifest in physical form, their unquenchable thirst for ether only grows stronger. They would drink the land dry with nary a thought to the consequences. Considering their fearsome strength, it could be well within their ability to do so. It is for this reason we must do our utmost to oppose them. This place is called the Waking Sands, and it's our headquarters. It used to be somewhere else, you know, but then a bunch of things happened, and we ended up here instead.
While there are others who possess the echo, none are near as strong as you with the power, hence our extremely high expectations of you.
7 waning moons see 7 suns rise. Divine order roils, fallen corpses writhe. Thus the divine chronicles seek to warn us once more. The meaning of these words now shines clear. They evoke the dire circumstance of this imperiled age. The realm doth shudder and twist, and the dawn lieth cowering 'neath the stifling blanket of night. And we abide. We await the coming of the unborn era's seed, the light which shall pierce the glowering darkness. I love Orianjay. And I was so happy to hear that he's one of Yoshi P's favorite characters. Because he's one of my favorite characters, too. He's the Scion that I get the most. Whenever I'm playing and Orianjay enters in, he and I think very much along the same wavelengths. I would be like, this is what I would do in this situation, and then that ends up being kind of what Orianjay does. Not 100%, but kind of. He thinks along the same lines that I do, and I really like that. We Scions have but one objective, to safeguard the future of Eorzea. Among our gravest concerns are the godlike beings known as the Primals. Long have we striven to find a lasting solution to the threat they pose. I know not what it is you desire for yourself, nor what it is that brought you to Eorzea, but I firmly believe that the power we possess was given to us for a purpose. Pray consider this when you give me your answer. I will go whither the wild rose blooms. If you say the 2 other things, she tries to convince you.
I take it you will help us.
But, you know, we can skip through that.
Wonderful! I knew you wouldn't let us down. But come, I would introduce you to your friends in the Order. Tell me, does the name Charlian ring any bells?
Only that people keep on saying it so far. I mean, no. We know what Charlia is now. But up until this point, it was like, man, a whole bunch of people keep on saying that word at us. It means scholar. There were Charlian scholars, ? Like, that's the kind of the extent that we'd been told. That there was a place called Charlia. It had a lot of scholars. People used to live here, and then they ran away.
It used to be one of Eorzea's 6 city-states, and was situated in the northwest of Aldenard.
So they used to be part of the Eorzean Alliance? That's interesting. I didn't know that.
The Charlians were the keepers of wisdom both old and new. Their mastery over magic and ether was unsurpassed, and even the Garleans knew to fear them. Among their number, there were a noble few who devoted their lives to safeguarding the future of Eorzea. When the realm began its descent into chaos, and their countrymen fled for the motherland, they alone chose to remain here. These noble men and women were called the Archons.
You know, it's interesting. There's some Doctor Who inspiration here. It reminds me a lot of the Time Lords. How they were keepers of knowledge who had decided that they would never interfere with the other civilizations. They would only watch their history unfold. But then there's like those few renegades who are like, nah, we have the ability to help. We have the power to help. We have the means to help. Us not helping is not a good like we need to be helping people.
Those same brave souls stand before you now.
Especially when our actions have consequences for them, you know, which was something that the Time Lords did not sit very well with. I just think that's interesting.
The masked woman is Ida, and beside her is Papadimo. The two are charged with surveying the Twelveswood.
Hello there.
Welcome.
Why do you say it like that?
I had every confidence that you would agree to help us.
Me too. Okay, my turn to introduce someone. That there is Thancred.
He is our man here in Ul'dah, Jewel of the Desert.
Why do you say it like that?
Welcome to the team.
Hello.
If I may, the lovely maiden beside me is named Y'shtola. Limsa Lominsa has the pleasure of being under her care.
Greetings.
God, I forgot that was her eye color before. It's been so long.
Last but not least is Urianger, who presides over all affairs within these halls. Pray seek him out whenever you have questions.
Why would I seek him out when I have questions? He would just give me more questions. Catwife. Catwife.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night.
Look at this soothsayer saying some sooths.
The words of a dear friend. I am glad of our meeting.
He knows. I'm fairly certain that Urianger knows. He's pretending not to know, because that's what he does. But that quote, he says, is from a dear friend, and we learn later that that dear friend, and the reason why Minfilia gave him the stink eye, was Louis Soir, who is the person that confirms that we were always the Warriors of Light.
At the Battle of Carteneau, our leader was taken from us. But we did not stray from our purpose.
If you don't do certain content, you won't necessarily get that confirmation, but it is hinted at later on as well with Sid. Sid has like a memory when he gets his memory back and he remembers us from before. And it's like, huh, weird that you're in my memory.
We sought out Minfilia and others with her talent, and together established the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Along with the Archons, those blessed with the Echo play a pivotal role in our endeavor to forge a brighter tomorrow for the realm.
So I'm convinced that Urianger and Papadimo right now already know who we are, but we've forgotten, and most of them have forgotten, and they're like, we should probably not say anything. We should probably keep it quiet, because if we just come out and say it, things might go wrong. Which is exactly Urianger's, like, how he does things, at least for this, like, first while.
Oh, I should also introduce you to Tataru, our clerk. She ensures that everything runs smoothly.
It's Tataru, not Tataru. Get it right.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Oh my god!
In
Old
time,
voice.
I
Old
hope you will
voice.
come to think of us as family. But without further ado, I would assign you your first task. Urianger, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Hey, students of Baldessian mention.
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have received a request for aid from the Immortal Flames.
I think it's really interesting that the way that the Signs of the Seventh Dawn operate is that they are essentially they're the forming union of two separate groups, but they act like a branch of the students of Baldessian because issues go to the students of Baldessian, and then the students of Baldessian issue out the requests. And they'll give some to the Adventurers Guild. They'll give some to, like, the police or like, the acting soldiers in charge of each region. And then they give some to us. And it's like, it's weird that everything goes to the students of Baldessian and then gets trickled down to different areas, including the Signs of the Seventh Dawn. It's a weird way of doing it.
Thancred, would you do the honors?
Especially since, you know, they don't really mention that that's how it really works, but you hear it constantly that the students of Baldessian are the people who are in charge of scouting and like looking at the world and getting in all of these like issues and problems and then giving those issues and problems to the right people.
It would be my pleasure.
So they're like the Adventurers Guild, but they give a shit about who gets the orders. So they give it to the Adventurers Guild if it like just needs to be dealt with. They give it to the local law enforcement if it's something that, you know, the law needs to pay attention to, and then they give it to us for world important things that really don't have anything to do with law or mundane tasks.
Some days ago, a crystal caravan registered to Amagina and Sons mineral concern was waylaid and divested of its cargo. But there is more. Within a bell of the robbery, several people were reported missing from the shantytown outside the city.
At a glance, one would assume the involvement of bandits, kidnappers, and coincidence. Such crimes are hardly uncommon, and the Immortal Flames deal with their like almost every day. However, this time we have reason to believe that a primal is involved.
Aye, the evidence left behind implicates the Emolja, who are known worshippers of Ifrit.
And I assume that the caravan had crystals, yeah?
If we then consider the objects that were taken, there is no room left for doubt. The crimes were committed in the name of a primal.
I think it's interesting that the story and lore backs up gameplay mechanics in that crystals are used for crafting. Crystals are used for building things. Crystals are used in pretty much every type of job imaginable. And so everybody needs tons of crystals. And so we get all those crystals, but crystals are also used in summoning primals. So there's always large amounts of crystals being passed here and there and wherever. And they have to be traveled and sent places because different places give different elemental crystals. And different elemental crystals are useful for different jobs. Like you use earth crystals for leatherworking. You use air and fire crystals for cooking, etc., etc., etc.
That you may better understand the nature of our struggle with the primals, I would have you play the leading role in this investigation.
I think it's really interesting how they set all that up just in gameplay,
have my
and then
thanks.
the story and lore backs it up.
If there is aught you wish to know, I recommend you speak with Thancred. He is well versed in the affairs of Ul'dah.
But it's never outright told to you. It just kind of is part of the world. So you just kind
Ever
of
at your
take it for
service,
granted.
dear fellow.
And I like that. You never really have to question why massive amounts of crystals are being transported anywhere. because you use crystals constantly for all kinds of stuff. So it makes perfect sense that there are crystals in transit. I don't know. I just think it's neat. Ready to begin, are we? That's the spirit. So then, your mission is to investigate a crystal robbery and a spate of abductions. Crimes which we believe to be connected. Assuming we're correct, it is like that any discoveries we make in relation to one will further our understanding of the other. Now, since the attack on the caravan, our friends at Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern have doubled security over all shipments. In light of this, it is my judgment that the abductions should be our priority. According to our preliminary findings, the majority of the missing were last seen in the vicinity of Camp Drybone, so that would seem a fine place to begin. A fellow by the name of Isambard serves as the camp's de facto leader. Isambard. They're taking the hobbits to Isambard. Pay him a visit and we'll see that he gives us his full cooperation. Alright, well before we teleport, the Waking Sands has another room that also changes throughout the course of the adventure. And I wanted to take a peek in there. Hi, Stola. Oh, she just has the same line of dialogue from before. This area. This area changes and evolves as time goes on. And look, it's Arenvald! They say that those of us who have seen the dream are chosen, and we have within us the seed of greatness, that we could be heroes. Even me, an Alamegan half-breed, cast out when his mother could no longer stand the sight of him. A half-breed who once took to banditry just to eat. Aye, I'm sure I'm just brimming with heroic potential. You are involved. You are involved. Anyway. Okay, these guys all have the same dialogue as before. Hi, Brent. Oh, don't mind me, lad. I'm just here to deliver a shipment. Now, where shall I tell him to put it? Alright, to Camp Drybone. What level did they say this was? Level 17. I don't know, I feel like with all the stuff that we've done so far, we would already be around level 20 by now. But whatever. Hi, I'm Isambard. Here to search for missing folk, I take it. Minfilia sent word that an adventurer fitting your description to be along. She also warned us to beware of the Amalja. Seems we know who the culprits are, at the very least. Now, I bear no official title in this camp, but the people here have come to look to me for leadership. You have my word that I'll do all I can to help see the victim safely returned. Let us get right to it then. Minfilia names the Amalja culprits in all this. You'd do well to investigate them first. Much harm has been levied on these lands by the Amalja hands. The flames burn where they might, but their light cannot stay in the darkness in all places at all times. There may have been brutal murders of callers at the Church of Saint Adama Landama. Adama Landama? There have been brutal murders of callers at the Church of Saint Adama Landama. Innocents wishing no more than to pay their respects to the dead. The poor souls deserve a proper burial. I'd see the deed before the mongrels catch their scent, but I know not if the Amalja still linger. Would you secure their remains for me, friend? You'll find them on the Eastern Road. 12 willing, you might even learn something of what the Amalja seek in this area. Alright, we gotta go check on some corpses. Retrieve ripe corpses. Ew. A bunch of corpses cooking in the midday sun. Gross. Ew. Well, time to scoop up corpses and shove them into my backpack. Gross, gross, gross. Get in there, right next to the food. Right next to my salmon jerky. Oops. Whee!
It's good to see you return. Were you able to secure the remains of our fallen?
This poor soul appears to have been ravished by an Amalja before sitting to rot for several turns of the sun. Oh, they've been out here for days? Oh.
With the bodies given back to the back proper to the earth, the souls will find their way across to the other side. You have done a noble deed this day. I thank you. Now then, what are the Amalja? Do you see any? Surely such massive monstrosities such as they cannot conceal their presence, much less take their quarry unawares. Ah, so there were Amalja remaining after all. I feared as much. Their part in the low-born disappearing are all but confirmed, but I sense that there's more to this than meets the eye. The occasional Amalja raiding party would not account for people going missing in these kinds of numbers. The total's too great, and the questions too many. It'd not surprise me in the least to learn of other hands in this. But whose? Countless travelers pass through Diebone every day, and even if there were one among them, how would we best discover who may be implicit with these vanishings?
Hot, nice gold heart.
What say we turn an eye to the common folk ourselves? It may be among them that we find the reasons for these vanishing. 12 forbid it be so. There's a merchant by the name of Ungust who was born here in Drybone and grew up in the Gold Bazaar. A rough character, but he knows the people here better than anyone else. Alright, wager is at the inn, quaffing away the day's earnings. Here, I'll write a note for you. Show him, else he's not like to speak with you.
Swainhilt. It's Adelstan! Anyway. I don't know. Some of these NPCs' names... Oh, it's this guy. What the f... He grew up here? Okay.
Well, gods be good. You're that bloody adventurer who threatened me back in Ul'dah. What in seven hells do you want with me now?
Here you go.
Dear friend, missing people, please help. Yours, Eisenbard. The folks around here, as swear as they come, they'll turn tail and run if you so much as pass wind nearby. Played them all for fools and coaxed some hard-earned labor out of them, I did. If anything, they're even more timid than before. What with all the disappearances, you can go talk to them yourself if you don't believe me.
But please, sir, just leave me be.
I've nothing to say but this. Thaltake who or whatever's been feeding off us low folk.
Petrified pauper? But what do you want from me? I don't know anything, I swear. Please don't kill me. Yeah. Great, what was the point of that? I thought the whole point of me talking to Unjust was that, you know, they wouldn't do that. By the way, did you notice that his name is literally Unjust? because he is, in fact, unjust. Very on the nose. Puns.
Just as I told you, wasn't it? The whole lot of them are terrified. There's been talk of folk getting abducted, but if you ask me, they simply up and moved on to a better place. This place isn't exactly Costa del Sol, if you know what I'm saying.
As if I'd listen to a man named Unjust. That guy's name is Cashew Nut.
Welcome back. Did you learn aught of import?
Only that people are scared.
I see. I suppose I should have expected as much from Unjust. Well, another thought occurred to me in your absence. The common folk are nothing if not fervent in their religious beliefs. Perhaps if they speak freely to their gods, then the clergy might know something of use. If we would know what the common folks speak of to their gods, we've no place better than the Church of Saint Adama Landama. It is a small and humble church found in the northwest of here. And so long as you're headed there, might I ask you to deliver this embalmed corpse? A morbid request, I grant you, but it must be born to burial, and I trust none more than you see it done. Seek out a man named Marcus. He tends the graves by the lich yard. He'll tell you where the body's to be interred.
Alright, time to go see Sid.
Oh God, he's dead!
Anyway. Hi, Marcus. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. Say no more, say no more. You know, they don't even bother to take off his fucking goggles. Like, it's not exactly hard. It's not, like, they don't do anything to make you not be like,
Huh, wait a minute. He looks like an important character.
anyway. Hi, Marcus. Yes, a body? Of course. There have been so many bodies of late. I apologize, sir. If you seek a place of burial, then there's an empty grave atop the ridge. Take the path and lay him up there to rest. By the way, what exactly... this church is dedicated to a saint, isn't it? But, like, surely they don't pray to the saint. Surely they pray to the 12. But this is the church of the 12, is it? By the way, why do I have to bury the damn corpse? And put it under a penis rock? I don't know who that guy is. May they walk in Thal's realm. What? Missing people. I'm afraid I can't help you. But maybe Sister Orkin can. She's been kind to me. Everyone has been so kind. I don't know why, though. Pardon me. You'll find Sister Orkin within the church walls. Hello, Orkin. I hear you've done us the service of burying a fallen soul. Burying a fallen soul. Please accept our gratitude and extend it to Isambard when next you see him. You seek knowledge of missing Drybone inhabitants? It is true that I'm closer to the people than any of the Order, but I confide in them and they in me. When they wish to speak to their keeper, Thal, I am the medium through which they do so. Oh, so this is the church to Thal, then. Null Thal. Should I learn anything pertinent, I will be sure to share the information with you. I only wish that Marcus would be more helpful in the matter. I pray he did nothing to offend. He saw terrible things during the calamity. His scars run deep. Indeed, he seems to now prefer the company of the dead over the living. While tragic, I fear such behavior ill befits the church. I received word not long ago that one of our recent visitors, a man named Thancred, I believe, took offense at his conduct. I must have words with Marcus, and soon. Oh, Thancred went to go visit Marcus, and apparently got offended at something he saw, or said. We know. But, you know. Speaking of, where is Thancred? He's supposed to be here with us during this, but he's not.
Thank you, Kadesh. A burial is no easy thing, even when the departed is a stranger. Were you able to learn aught of the missing common folk? You've been keeping yourself rather busy of late, haven't you?
Hi, Thancred. I was just asking where you were.
A pleasure, my dear Isambard. The name is Thancred, and I share a passion with you and our mutual friend here for learning what has become of these missing persons and why. I, too, spoke with Unjust more times than I care to count. There seems to be some truth to the notion of common folk speaking their secrets only to those in service to the gods. Prostration, prayer, penance, abject deeds done behind closed doors, away from prying eyes. Who better to take the pious unawares than she who takes to confession, the good Sister Orson herself? Orson, she couldn't! Even the most beautiful roses have thorns, my friend, and you would be wise to keep an eye on this rose. Still, the Lich Keeper Marcus, I'd swear to the 12 that I'd seen that face elsewhere before. So he thinks that the priestess is responsible? Why? Also, where'd he go? Sister Orson, that cannot be, though she is wont to travel to the Golden Bazaar on her own, and it is not uncommon to see her speaking to the children, but no, it couldn't be, could it? I grow weary of these suspicions. I know there is one child in particular that she is fond of. Pray seek out the boy, and see if you can't glean something from him about Orson's activities. Oh look, he's got the baby behemoth. That thing is so cute. Wee. Swoosh. Uncombed urchin. Please help! Sister Orson went out all of her own and she hasn't come back. She always reads to me right here and about Thal and the Order and the other side. I told her I lost my shiny thing and she went looking for it, but what if the monster outside hurt her? Please find her. Okay. Very quickly going from suspecting Sister Orson to saving her. The Rotting Pikeman. Oh god, it's undead. What are the undead doing here? You're the one from the church. Thank goodness you arrived when you did. It seems my gratitude is yours yet again. You spoke with the child? Yes, well, I was able to find his lost trinket. It's a ring given to him by his mother before she passed. I'll see it safely back to him. Okie doke. Report to Isambard.
We're taking the hero to Isengard. Bard, bard. We're taking the hero to Isengard.
Sister Orson was attacked outside the Golden Bazaar. Gods defend! I'll secure a room at the inn for her should she require any rest. Searching for the mementos of orphans, and risking her own well-being in doing so, no less? Certainly not the dastardly deeds Thancred would have us believe.
Yeah, Thancred kind of sucks. He's kind of really bad at his job.
I'm well glad I reserved that inn room for Sister Orson. It seems she received greater injuries from her attackers than she initially let on. Thankfully, she is expected to make a full recovery. But now on to the other matter at hand. Thancred came looking for you once more. He left word that he'll be waiting for you at the Amalja encampment to the southeast. I pray the two of you are able to uncover some evidence regarding these disappearances.
Don't worry, now that I'm helping, we might actually succeed. Like, seriously, you count Thancred's WL ratio throughout the entire expansion, it's like... Or, not through the entire expansion, through the entire game, it's like 2 wins and 20 losses, or some shit like that. Like, he's... he's so shit at his job. He really, really is.
Ah, there you are. Good of you to come. Indeed, I heard all about good Sister Orson. Isengard said her wounds were serious. It would seem my suspicions about the poor ruse were misplaced. But false though they were, perhaps my suspicions were not entirely without merit. Whilst following Sister Orson near the Golden Bazaar, a band of Amalja caught my eye. I tracked them as far as this encampment, but, well, let's say I would much prefer to keep my distance and remain here. This, of course, brings me to why I crested you, my dear Kadash. Would you be so kind as to take a look inside? Sure, I'll go in, because you can't. Silly rogue. Whoopa! Whoopa!
Oh, this leaflet. There's something about it. I can't quite put my finger on it. There's just something about it. 2 guys kissing while I never. No. Right, anyway. Well, did anything tickle your fancy? Please don't say it like that. Why? Why do you have to say it like that? Don't say it like that.
This leaflet. See the wealth of knowledge in the hands of your children. Looks to be some sort of assembly to provide the poor with work. The lettering, though, atrocious, is it not? And these bits about Nald Thal seem somewhat less than studied. I find it hard to believe that one of the Order penned this. Pray take this to the inn at Camp Drybone. Let's see what Sister Orson makes of it. Okie dokie.
Do-do-do-do-do. Ooh, the fog is rolling in. That's ominous. So, here's the thing about fog, right? I live in the south, in the humid south. In the mornings, especially during hotter days, there will be an awful lot of fog that sort of wafts up from the ground to create a sort of ground fog, as well as a over lakes and stuff. There will be some like slightly over the lake fog that you can like see from a distance. And that one fucking episode of, I don't remember if it was Goosebumps or Are You Afraid of the Dark, but it's like the werewolf of the lake or something. That scarred me so bad that every time I look at that over the lake fog now, I will remember that like half rotten zombie werewolf, and it will give me the shivers. And it's ridiculous because you go back and you watch that episode now and it looks so fake. But it was grotesque when I was little with the old 170p monitors. My savior comes again. To what do I owe the honor this day? Here you go. What do you make of this? What is this? Blasphemous! These are not our teachings at all! This was not made by any true brother or sister of the Order, of that I can assure you. Come to think of it, weeks ago the church was plagued by missing garments. Could someone be posing as a priest of the Order to deceive the people? The plot thickens! Our culprit pretends to be a priest to lend credence to the deception. There's no doubt an irony in there somewhere. Wow, don't be such a prick. Like, listen, I don't believe in it either, but don't be such a prick about it. But I suspect we have a worthy adversary on our hands. I shall consider how best to handle this. For now, tell Isambard what we've learned. I've met Naldthal, thank you very much. He's a cool dude. He looks awesome. And he has a great theme song. Posing as a priest, to think! These troubling notions aside, it is gratifying to finally be able to move this investigation forward. Thank you once again. I shall keep my ears and eyes open now more than ever. Dressed to deceive. I'm afraid I've not seen any unusual activity, nor have any at this camp given me cause to doubt them, but unless we can identify the culprit, and soon more innocents will fall victim. Do not despair just yet, my friend. An idea occurs to me. Though our suspect has been posing as a priest, using leaflets bearing false promises to lure the poor, let Kadash and me serve as our suspect has been posing as a priest, using leaflets bearing false promises to lure the poor. Let Kadash and me serve like with like by posing as impoverished souls in need of succor. Fuck. I dare to hope that this will yield us the answers we seek. It'll be a dangerous undertaking, but you two are more than capable of looking after yourselves. I'm next to useless in a battle, but I can supply the garments for the disguise. These old tunics and slops should serve your needs, so long as you don't mind the smell and the stains. They'll serve very well. You have my thanks. Listen, so as to lay the foundation of our little ploy, we must make it widely known that more vagrants have arrived at camp and are desperate for coin. To this end, I want you to don the old garments Isambard has lent us, and beg for work around the camp. Before long, the false priest should catch wind of us and approach us. Nod. Alright. We gotta put on an outfit, we gotta pretend that we are beggars looking for work. How nice of them to give us these things. Wait. Hello, do you have work? And you are? Another refugee by the looks of you. The immortal flames have neither work nor coin for your like. Begone and see to it you don't make a nuisance of yourself. Any coin? Any work? And I was just about to get to the good part. Looking for work, you say? Sorry, but we don't have any openings. Now get out of here so I can finish my story. Hi, Swain Hilt.
I preach the teachings of Azima the Warden. Hast thou come to partake in the honey of her wisdom? Azima is the keeper of the sun and a goddess of inquiry. All is laid bare beneath the light of her divine countenance. Open thy heart to this light, needy child, and thou shalt want for naught till the end of days.
Alright. Who is my god? I keep forgetting. It's Althik the Keeper. It's the time god, I think. Greetings, sir. Is there aught I might assist you with? Oh, I don't believe there is. I'm afraid our wares are very expensive. Mayhap you should rejoin your fellows at the pond north of the Sand Gate? They don't look that expensive. They look a little expensive. Not that expensive. Yeah, whatever. I think we gotta go above here. Up there. Yeah, there he is. What is it? Gods, not again. Look, being poor doesn't give you the right to pester whomsoever you like. Why don't you keep with your own kind out by that muddy pond of yours at Drybone? We're at Drybone. What?
You've quite a knack for making a nuisance of yourself. The camp is abuzz with talk of newly arrived vagrants. And though we were unable to attract our wayward transgressor, we were able to learn that the poor have a commune by the pond north of the Sand Gate, to the east of here. The eyes of the authorities do not reach that place, rather ideal for spiriting away hapless souls. Let us go there and wait for the kindly priest to come and offer aid and comfort. Needless to say, you'll need to remain in disguise. How come you don't get to be in disguise? Oh. Stupid Thancred. Making us do all the work, not even putting on an outfit. Doot, doot. Oh, there he is. Oh, he is wearing the outfit. I forgot. A fine evening for catching false priests, wouldn't you say? You look absolutely smashing, positively dressed for deception. All that's left then is to wait for our quarry to appear. Oh, you poor unfortunate souls. This is no way for men to live. No way at all. Who are you? What do you want? Be at ease, child. I mean you no harm. I am a priest of the Order of Naldthal, and I come to offer you succor. This leaflet bears the teaching of Nald. Trust to them, and they will surely set you free from the shackles of penury. A tempting offer, but I'm afraid I must decline. On account of that atrocious performance, you would have made a god's awful murmur unjust. But what? How did you know? You bastards tricked me! But please don't hurt me. I was only doing it to protect my people. Is that so? Do continue. Very well. I'm a man of the Golden Bazaar, raised there if not born. Some moons ago, the Amalja raids began. They would appear as sudden as a sandstorm and plunder and pillage at will. Our defenders couldn't stand against them, few as they were. Everyone lived in fear. I wanted to save my people, but being a merchant was all I knew. So I did the only thing a merchant could. I approached the Amalja in hopes of brokering a deal. In return for sparing the Golden Bazaar, they made demands, outrageous ones. Demands? Of what kind, pray tell? Well, first of all, they wanted the schedule for crystal shipments from the Nanawa mines. For this, I bribed one of the workers to leak me the information. Next, they wanted me to bring them people, so I posed as a priest to lure in the vulnerable and give them over to the Emulja. I didn't have a choice. Protecting one's home is a noble thing, but at the cost of innocence, you could have sought the aid of the immortal flames. You did not. I suspect you're not telling me the full story. What made you sell out your own people? Speak! What did you say? The coin was good, I said. I could sell mole meat for a score of lifetimes and not see a fraction of what the Emulja paid me. You sacrificed innocence so you could line your own pockets. Words fail to express the contempt I feel for you. Oh, spare me your contempt. If you want to blame someone for this mess the world's in, blame yourselves or the gods. Not you again! Were you the one leaking the Immortal Flame's patrol routes to the enemy as well? Spit it out! No! I had nothing to do with that, I swear it! At this stage, I'm disinclined to believe aught that leaves your mouth, but no matter. There'll be time enough to learn the truth. Oh, no. And I would have gotten away with it, too, if it wasn't for you and your pesky Ellison. Kadash, be a good man and take word of these developments to Menphilia, would you? Nods. I shall prize everything I can out of this filth. The abductees are still somewhere out there. Our foremost priority is to rescue them. Okie dokie, artichoke. Back to Menphilia at the Waking Sands. It is time to pray return to the Waking Sands. They don't say that very much anymore. They've cut all those quests out. They say it like 2 or 3 times, not nearly enough to warrant the meme. Which is probably why it's not a very prevailing meme anymore. I'm on the wrong mount, but I don't care anymore. That mount's cool. Nah, hanging out with Tataru? Their name is Minecraft Player. Shut up. Shut up. Shameful. Hi, Stola. You're still saying the same thing? Okay. Anything changed in here? Nope. To the Solar. Welcome back. I'm pleased that you and Thancred have been getting along. I see. You've done well to uncover the truth. My thanks for the report. As Thancred said, we must ascertain where the abducted were taken, and none but the Emulja know the answer. Suffice it to say, they will not willingly part with this information. I fear blood will be spilled before all is said and done. Life, materia, and everything. Though we seek a peaceful solution to the primal problem, we must needs be prepared to fight for our cause. That you might take to the field more suitably prepared, I would have you meet with a goblin acquaintance of mine. His name is Mutamix Bubblypots, and he is a scholar of no small repute. Mutamix is renowned for having introduced a revolutionary method of enhancing equipment to Eorzea.
The knowledge of this method was once a closely guarded secret, but thanks to Mutamix and his students, it has now been disseminated to the great benefit of all the realm. It would serve you well to acquire an understanding of this process. For this purpose, I shall lend you a blade. Take it to Mutamix and bid him use it to demonstrate his craft for you. Mutamix is ever to be found at his camp in central Thanalan, a place known as the Bonfire. Look for a pillar of smoke, and the way will become clear. Yay, we get to go hang out with a goblin! Goblins are the best. Their names are fun. Goblin names are descriptions of the person in question, which I think is very fun. So, Mutamix Bubblypots is a famed alchemist. Ergo, he is Mutamix Bubblypots. He is obsessed with his trade. Other important named goblins, such as, oh god, what's her name? She has that long stop. Brayflox. Brayflox all talks. She brays, creates a flock, but she's all talk. Oh, fuck.
Who is Uplander? Come to tent ring of Mutamix Bubblypots!
I love that. Swine Bros. Forty Tool drinks in airy self. Phobos. When full of airy self, Fighty Tool changes to Stony Shine, name of Materia.
If materia join with other Fighty Tool, then Big Eyes! Fighty Tool gains power of airy self. Mutamix is reckoning that Uplander is friend of Minfilia?
I love the goblins.
Yes! Tongue flaps reach ears of Mutamix with fasteners. Minfilia wants Uplander to see materia. Uplander brings Fighty Tool to Mutamix, yes?
Here you go.
Skrrr! Fighty Tool is unstrung as Eating Tool. Make good teachy show of power of materia.
Ooh. The Materia Master.
Now, eyes of Uplander point at Fighty Tool, yes? Materia join with Fighty Tool. Ta-da! Fighty Tool gains power of materia! Fighty Tool reborn! Here, Uplander, take Fighty Tool to Minfilia!
Materia, strictly speaking, is a kind of crystal. It's created by drawing out the etheric constituents of a piece of equipment and then crystallizing them.
And not just any old equipment will serve, mind you. It must have sufficient spirit bond, that being a measure of how fully an item has been imbued with its owner's strength. When you attach a piece of materia to the gear, you imbue the host item with its power. That's how Master Mutamix turned that dagger of yours into something as would struggle to cut a stake into a weapon worthy of wielding.
Uplander wishes to be joiner of materia? Then Uplander best fill brain case with knowings of crafty making. With knowings of crafty making, Uplander can become joiner of materia. If Uplander wants Braincase to rattle with the knowings of materia, Uplander best trade tongue flaps with learny ones of Mutamix.
No. No, I'm good. No thanks. Alright, back to Minfilia. And we'll never speak to Mutamix again. Oy. Hi, Tataru. Kirash, how goes it? All's well's here. At least on the bookkeeping front, anyway. Good.
Catwife.
Every once in a while, I'll look over and I'll see Shrat's old message of Catwife.
Ride wife. Wife fight back. Kill wife. Wife gone. Think about wife. Sad.
Welcome back. I trust your visit to the bonfire proved fruitful. Here you go. What a remarkable difference a single piece of materia can make. Granted, the skills needed to manipulate the substance are not easily acquired, but one need only look upon the results to realize such efforts are worthwhile. As I'm sure you're aware, the quality of one's equipment can be the difference between victory and defeat. Materia may well give you the edge you need, so make it your ally. Now, it is time we discuss the matter of your next mission. Pray speak to me when you're ready to begin. Alright, the Lord of the Inferno! We're getting close to where I quit the first time I played, because it was like 2 weeks of playing and I was still only level 20 and it was starting to grate on my fucking nerves. Word has arrived from Thancred concerning our ongoing investigation. It appears he was able to extract some information from our friend Unjust, the false priest. He revealed that he is due to meet with the Amalja as discussed to discuss their dealings. The Immortal Flames believe that the meeting will present an ideal opportunity to ambush and capture the Amalja responsible for the abductions, and so they mean to have Unjust attend as planned. As the Amalja are anticipated to offer fierce resistance, the Immortal Flames have requested our support. I would have you provide it to them. Thancred is presently attending to another matter, but will join you as soon as he's able. Until such time as he does, you will be the Scion's sole representative on the ground. Before he left, he bade me to tell you to save some for him, such as his confidence in you, a confidence I share. When you've made ready, pray take yourself to Camp Drybone and report to the Flame Sergeant leading the mission. May you walk in the light of the crystal. Oakley-dokley-doo. Let's go check the side room, though, see if it changed. Hi, Ishtola. Do you still say the same thing? Yep, you still say the same thing. That means this place is probably still unchanged? Yeah, still unchanged. I think it won't change until we get to the chapter split. Which means that we gotta get through this, Lord of the Inferno. Whee! What's your favorite version of Ifrit? Mine is 8. 10 is a close second. But 10 is really, really good. Do not get me wrong. But 8 actually had, like, personality to him. And I always picture that version of him whenever I hear tales, whenever, like, he actually has a personality. If he has a personality and he, like, can speak, I think of 8. If he's more bestial, then I think of 10.
Your Kadashishman of the Scions. My thanks for coming, friend. We're stronger for your assistance. Allow me to brief you on our mission. Our objective is to capture the Amalja and prize from them the whereabouts of the abductees. The lizard men aren't aware their man Unjust has been exposed. When they come to the rendezvous point to meet the traitor, we'll spring the trap. Owing to the clandestine nature of the mission, we can deploy only a small contingent. Every member must count, and so we requested the aid of the Scions. The rendezvous will take place in the Invisible City. Please make your way there and lie in wait. We stand to learn much and more of the Amalja's plot if the mission succeeds. Let's make sure it does.
Because, yeah, there's a lot of stories about Ifrit. I've talked about it a bunch of times before, but there's a story in one of the Chocobo Tales games where Ifrit and Shiva become, like, romantically involved with each other. And it's a really good love story, and I really, really like it a lot. And in that one, obviously, Ifrit is an intelligent being that can speak. And so I think of the 8 version for that story. Whoa! Is that an S rank? What rank is that? I'm gonna check the Centurio hunts. No one has reported this thing. Well, no one's reported it. I'm just gonna leave it alone. It looks cool as hell, though. Look at that thing. That thing's cool as hell. I want that as a mount.
Is the bait in place?
Our man is in position, sir.
Good. We make our move as soon as the Amalja appear.
Yes, sir.
Look at these guys. They're so cool. I want to play as them. I want them to be playable characters. Oh god, the shaky cam. I hate it.
Ooh-ah! What is the meaning of this?
Wait, something's amiss. Oh god, reinforcements. It's a tarp. Ha 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 ha.
Ha 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 ha!
I'm afraid your little ambush ends here. I eluded the immortal flame's clutches for moons before finally being caught. Did you not wonder how I managed it? 'Twas almost as if someone was feeding him information from the inside. Ha 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 ha. Aye, your every movement was known ahead of time. Ha 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 ha. Now, as much as I'd love to chat a while, I have appointments to keep. They're all yours. It's a tarp. Time to kick their asses.
Our Emolja friends will keep you company.
Filthy traitors! When I get my hands on you!
Oh my god, it's so loud.
How long will you last, I wonder?
Another wave! Stay sharp, men!
It's a good thing I'm a tank.
God damn it, is there no end to them?
Haha! The show is only just beginning!
You can't beat me. I'm the hero. I'm the protagonist. I kick your scaly butt. But yeah, no, I think the Emolja looks so cool. I would love to play as one. Oh no, due to story reasons, we are surrounded.
Put up your weapon or your comrade's a dead man.
Behind you! Ah! Oh, he casted sleep on me. That's cheating.
Bring him. The rest of you, march! Traitorous scum!
Hello. I'm awake. And they didn't tie me up for some reason.
I fear the Emolja mean to give us to their god as an offering. If I must die, then let me die a soldier's death with steel in hand!
The Bowl of Embers is now accessible! Wait, it's been added to duty support? Really? Is the Bowl of Embers part of duty support? It is! That's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. Look, they've added the navel there too. And the Howling Eye. They didn't used to be. That's new. That's got to be with the most recent update. Well, we did say that we wanted story important moments to be with these guys. So I think we should do a real fight with Ifrit.
Lord of Inferno, hearken to our plea! Lord of the Inferno, deliver us from our misery! O mighty Ifrit, Lord of the Inferno! Your humble servants beseech you, grace us with your divine presence!
Look at he! Look at it! He explode.
O mighty Ifrit, we bring before you ignorant savages who know naught of your godhood. If it please you, Lord, scorch their heathen souls with your cleansing flame, and mark them as your own. Bloody hells! Bring those two as well.
What's going on? This ain't what we agreed.
None but servants of Lord Ifrit may behold the rite of summoning. The souls of unbelievers are forfeit. No, spare me, I beg you!
Pitiful children of man, by my breath I claim you. Arise once more as loyal minions. Feed my flames with your faith, and all who stand against us shall burn.
Huh, didn't work.
O mighty Ifrit,
By one true God.
your words are my bread.
Hey, it didn't work.
Impossible! By what sorcery do you resist my master's will? Could it be? Your soul already belongs to another! Yes, that is the only explanation!
Forsooth, thy frail mortal frame can serve as vessel to the blessing of but one. Yet I smell not the taint of another upon thee. The truth of thine allegiance waxeth clear. Thou art of the godless blessed's number. The paragons warned of thy abhorrent kind. Thine existence is not to be suffered.
Yay! Alright, come on, friends. We fight!
My flame shall consume thy flesh and soul both.
Pay no heed to the flames. I'll tend to your wounds. Alright, so our job as tank is to stand here.
Succumb to the inferno!
Hey look, their names have also changed. Now they're not adventurers, they're scions as well. That's nice. Oop, gotta move.
Surrender thyself to the fires of judgment!
I sense a terrible power in that nail! It's an infernal nail, that makes sense.
Thy soul shall burn for eternity!
Ow.
Thou art strong, mortal!
They have Shiva? No. It's from Final Fantasy 8. Ah! Ah! Alright, we nearly got it. And we win. What did he say?
The blessing of light defies me.
Is what he said. And we get the red crystal. Yay! We didn't even have to go inside a volcano or something for it this time. Unlike the last two times we had to get the fire crystal. And now it's got a little tint of red. You know, I remember theorizing that every time it did that, it was like taking stock of what we were wearing at the time, because it was going to do a thing like in Fable 2, where it showed us the progression of our growth throughout the story. I kind of wish they had done that, because they didn't end up doing that. I thought that was really cool in Fable 2 when they did that. So I would have liked it if they did it here. Pray forgive my lateness. Hi, Thancred. Fashionably late as usual. I was delayed by a congregation of Amalgos zealots. I swear, each seemed even more evangelical to the last than the last. Humph, persistent lot. You know, that would be a lot cooler if I hadn't just killed Ifrit. Phew. I see the Bloodsworn wasted no time in extracting the captives. No less than I'd expect from the Flame General's hand-picked men. As for those two, it's fair to say their hardships have only just begun. They have much to answer for. I feel I owe you an apology. Had I known this mission would prove so dangerous, I would never have left you to face it alone. You have been given a veritable baptism of fire. Well, I mean, yeah, kind of, but never mind. But let us continue this conversation in more agreeable surrounds. Camp Drybone, should we say? This way, sir! Oh, they're not going to explain tempering yet? Oh. Wait for later, I guess. Hey, it's Nero Toscaiva. So that was the mighty Ifrit. He's got his helmet off again. And what a disappointment he was. The readings owe nowhere near what I had anticipated, even taking Ul'Dan interference into account. You should know better than to rely upon 5-year-old data left by the 7th Legion. Nor can we expect any form of support from the motherland given the troubles at court. We have only ourselves to rely on. Ever the pessimist, my dear Livia. Promise me it'll never change. We've wasted enough time here. That meter of yours is too old to give any reading worth a damn. Not that there was aught worth a damn to read, but I take your point. I suppose we must content ourselves with the knowledge that we've achieved our primary goal. Yet I find I'm troubled by that adventurer's unexpected show of strength. Could such a foe prove a hindrance to our plans? Perhaps, but that is a consideration for another time. You have been given a task. That is your priority, and I suggest you treat it as such. Fail to do as my lord commands, and I will spare him the trouble of punishing you. Oh my. Ooh, with allies like that. Beware a woman in love. I shall need to be on my best behavior. You know, they retcon that later, but they still leave the line in, huh? Dun, 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 dun. Yay, they do a cheer. Hi, Thinkred. Ah, there you are. Come, rest a while. You will have no better opportunity. After witnessing their god's ignominious defeat, the Imalja will be less inclined to risk our wrath. For a time, at least. Now, where were we? Oh, yes, I was in the process of apologizing. I do hope you can forgive me. I arrived too late to be of any use. To you or the abductees. They may be of whole of body, but the same cannot be said of their minds, for once a man is tempered. Oh, but it ill suits me to dwell on the negatives. Amidst all our misfortunes, there is still reason to rejoice. Ifrit is slain, by your hand no less. That is the deed of no ordinary individual, Kadash. Not that I ever thought you were ordinary. On the contrary, I have long suspected that you have the potential to shape the fate of this realm. What can I say? My fine eye for talent remains undimmed. Minfilia will be proud beyond all reckoning when she hears of your deeds. I trust you shan't object to my bearing the tidings to her. That way I can claim to have contributed something to this mission. You, meanwhile, have earned yourself a rest. Take some time to relax and return to the Waking Sands when you're good and ready. We can discuss matters more in detail then. Just don't wait too long, will you? The realm's problems won't solve themselves. Alright, let us pray return to the Waking Sands. I believe we're getting close to the end of part 2, which is handy, because then we can start doing our Paladin storyline, and then we'll do the rest of ARR over the course of the coming week. So tomorrow, next day, and next day. If we can keep up the pace of doing one chapter a day, that would be fantastic. But incredibly unlikely. Those chapters are just going to get longer and longer. Greetings and salutations. Ah, the triumphant hero returns. Thancred told us the news upon his arrival. He is presently in the Solar, giving a full report to Lady Minfilia. You should join them at once. Lady Minfilia is most eager to see you. In we go. My late arrival nearly cost us Kadash's life. I wasn't there when the Amalja took him prisoner. And I wasn't there when they served him to Ifrit. Yet, by some miracle, he survived, but that does not excuse the fact that he should never have been made to face such dangers alone. I failed him utterly. Just as I'm failing you all. What's done is done, Thancred. You can't ill blame yourself for every... Hello, I'm here. Kadash, it's good to see you again. Impeccable timing, my friend. I had just finished regaling Minfilia with your heroic exploits. Thancred has told me everything. You've done well to return to us. The perils you faced were undeniably great, yet a part of me believes that I had no cause to fear, and now we can put paid to our long investigation. Just as we suspected, the Amalja undertook both the robbery and the abductions with the aim of summoning their primal Ifrit. Nor is this tale limited to Ul'dah. Similar incidents have been rife in both Limsa Lominsa and Gridania of late. I dare say you've been curious as to how these crimes are linked to the primals. Permit me to explain. Having manifested in the physical realm, primals must consume ether if they are to maintain their presence here. And the stronger they become, the more ether they require. Now, ether exists throughout creation. It flows through all life and permeates the very air we breathe. Alas, this alone will not suffice to sustain the likes of Ifrit. Nay, he and his kind require a more concentrated source of ether, crystals. It is for this reason that incidents involving crystals can often be traced back to a primal. Which leaves us as to why the abductions. To understand this, you must first understand how primals are born. When all is well with the world, primals possess no physical form. Their essence is dispersed across the great river of ether. However, when the world is plunged into chaos, those who worship the primals cry out to their gods for deliverance from their suffering. These cries serve as a beacon towards which a primal's essence is irresistibly drawn. It is this coming together, or etheric coalescence, which grants the being's physical form. Once born, a primal gains strength from its followers' worship. The more numerous and fervent they are, the more powerful the god they worship. But the primals are seldom satisfied with such reverence as their adherents freely give, and in order to gain more power, they do not scruple to create followers. They do this by tempering mortals, a process to which you yourself were subjected. Yet even as Ifrit took your comrades in his thrall, you alone remained unaffected. This is thanks to the power you possess, the Echo. We know not the why of it, but those blessed with the Echo are immune to primal influence. It is as though a greater power protects us. When first you came to us, I told you that the Echo would be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. I trust you begin to see now why. The recent incidents all share a common trait: meticulous planning. Such elaborate designs are a new development, and one which fills me with an unshakable sense of foreboding. While I share your concern, my presiding belief is one of relief at your safe return. Fuck me. The Immortal Flame ensures me that they'll deal with the aftermath, so you need not concern yourself with that. We may rest easy for a time. I suggest you take full advantage of the respite. You may be sure it won't last long. Once the people learn of the identity of the hero who felled Ifrit, I fear you will have nary a moment to yourself. Hello? Why are you getting close to me? Don't touch me. Whether she intends to do so or no, Minfilia neglected to tell you something. Something I think it would be best you heard from one of us. It concerns the tempered abductees that were rescued. I'm sorry to report that all are to be put to death. The flames with whom you were imprisoned included. Needless to say, this information must not be known to the public. I swear to you that we would not do this were there any other recourse, but once a man is tempered, he is tempered for life. His very existence lends strength to the primal whom he cannot choose but worship. And so we Scions continue our fight, that no more innocents need be sacrificed. I hope that you'll continue to stand by us. But I should be going. I must offer my apologies to the Flame General for the loss of his losses his people suffered. Till next time. Gods forgive me, how many more lives? Louiswa would never have allowed this to happen. I have to do better. I have to be stronger. You know, it's funny, now that we know what tempering is, it's almost comical how they never really thought of it before. It seems so obvious in hindsight, but it took them studying the Allagan's research notes in Aziz La to even think of the idea of putting what they want to do to the test, and even then it doesn't work until we get a proper medium to do it through. And it's like, okay, I get it. Like, it wouldn't have worked no matter what. But, you know, it's still weird that we didn't at least have the initial thought of what the solution might be. You know? Because it really does seem obvious, you know? It's like, oh, every primal is attributed to an element because they use crystals in order to be summoned. They temper by filling their bodies with a certain etheric element. And when enough time passes, those tempered individuals transform into monsters, which is something we actually don't know right now because we always put them to death afterwards in order to stop the tempered from making the primal more powerful and re-summoning him. So we don't actually know that the tempered eventually turn into monsters because we always put them to death. But we also don't know that it's literally just an etheric imbalance that shifts them over to one color. Like, we just don't think of that on our own. We have to be told that through ancient Allagan technology. And even when we try to fix it, it doesn't fucking work. But at least we should have had that one basic... It just seems so obvious, you know? I don't know. Whatever. It's like, yeah, for sure, right? I'm sorry I'm wiping my nose. Alright. Minfilia is wearing a wry smile. Might it have something to do with your newfound fame? Until not very long ago, you were but one of the many adventurers seeking to make their way in Eorzea. But for your character and courage, you were raised to the esteemed post of envoy. Thereafter, you traveled the realm, aiding those in need without thought of reward, confirming to Ida and Papalimo that the Scions would benefit from your aid. And no sooner had you joined us than you personally bested the primal Ifrit. Yes, that is the story so far. Thank you for recounting it. You have achieved a great deal in a short time, and won fame in so doing. Alas, fame does not come without a price, as you will soon discover. We have guests, Kadash, or rather, you have guests.
Beg pardons?
Salute.
Ah, Lady Minfilia, radiant as always.
I am given to understand that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have but recently welcomed a new hero in their midst.
I'm here on behalf of the Maelstrom, Grand Company of Limsa to offer said hero a place of honor within our ranks.
As you can see, Kadash, your current exploits have garnered you the attentions of the Grand Companies of Eorzea. Each organization would have Ifrit's Bane for its own. To this end, all three have sent officers to court you. Ha! How come they didn't send women? I mean, what? I didn't say anything. They would not ordinarily go to such lengths to enlist a new recruit. That they have is evidence that of their high regard for you. I find myself wondering how word of Kadash's deeds spread so quickly. That the immortal flames should know of his triumph is to be expected, but what of the other grand companies? Eep! Tataru did it. Your reputation precedes you, Master Ispen. 'Tis no ordinary man who can face a primal and emerge victor. And imagine our pride when we learned that you began your journey as an adventurer in our very own Gridania. Know that the people uphold you in high esteem, and you will always be welcome among us. A bogus? The Order of the Twin Adder has need of valiant men such as you. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us ensure the peace ever reigns over the Twelveswood.
What a pleasure to finally meet you, Master Ispen. My comrades speak of you in the most glowing of terms. A man of your talents belongs with the immortal flames. Join your strength to ours, friend, and together let us secure a prosperous future for Ul'dah. The Admiral was not exaggerating when she said that you had the look of a hero. Full often does she speak of you, my friend. 'Tis only natural that she should want you, for the Maelstrom. Join your strength together with ours, and together let us see the grand vessel of Limsa to the shores of glory. Huh?
I love the slack jaw. Lady Minfilia. Very well. Though I'm quite sure you need no reminding, mayhap a brief summary of the situation would help to clarify your thoughts on the matter. As you know, the Grand Companies are all-encompassing organizations empowered to call upon the martial, economic, and technological resources of their respective city-states in times of strife. There are presently 3 such organizations in Eorzea: the Maelstrom of Limsa, the Order of the Twin Adder of Gridania, and the Immortal Flames of Ul'dah. Serving a Grand Company means serving the nation to which it belongs. You will be charged with its defense, and tasked with advancing its cause. In return for your faithful service, you will be furnished with various rewards, some of which may well prove useful to you in your other endeavors. If you are agonizing over which of the Grand Companies best deserves your loyalty, be at ease. The commitment you make this day need not be permanent. Should you wish to shift your alliance at a later date, you are entitled to do so, and yet I concede that it is no small choice that you face. Ah, a thought occurs to me. You will of course recall that the 3 city-states are planning to hold remembrance services. Well, as part of the proceedings, I am given to understand that the leader of each Grand Company will deliver an address. Hearing these addresses ought to help you make an informed decision. What say you, my dear officers?
Yay!
A fine suggestion.
You are wise, and you are as wise as you are beautiful, my lady. Very well, let Kadash hear the leader speak, then return with his decision.
We eagerly await your answer. I know full well that adventurers are, by their nature, a liberty-loving breed, and not best suited to the discipline of military service, but I strongly urge you to join a grand company nonetheless. While the promise of reward is enticing in itself, it is not the only benefit. You are possessed of great power, Kadash, and with it you are capable of doing untold good. Yet know that the great power is wont to attract attention, not all of it friendly. There will be those who will wish you ill, and you must needs be on the lookout for them. Yet, however vigilant you are but one man. In the midst of a grand company, however, you will be one man amongst many, a friend amongst friends. Your achievements will be shared, and so will the danger. I can think of no better arrangement. I thought that's what I had you guys for. Of course, joining one organization need not mean leaving another. I hope that we will continue to rely upon your aid. The 12 know that we'll have need of it in the days to come. The Grand Companies seek to protect their own nations. We Scions, on the other hand, seek to preserve the future of Eorzea as a whole. Similar, yet not quite the same. Now then, I expect you will be afield more often in the future. As such, I would have you carry this link pearl with you at all times. It'll allow you to stay in touch regardless of location. We didn't have one up until this point. Now that I think about it, yeah, we didn't have one up until this point. Eorzea is changing, and you have the power to help shape it anew. None can say what the morrow will bring, but so long as we believe in ourselves, there is naught we cannot achieve. Now, it's time you made ready for your journey. Before you depart, be sure to speak to Tataru. She will apprise you as to where and when the remembrance services are due to take place. Dun dun. Alright, I believe... I don't super remember, but I believe we listen to all the remembrances, we choose a grand company, and that will be the end of Chapter 2. So, I think we're making good time, yeah? Yeah. So, actually, we might not be able to do Paladin today. But that's fine, because I'm still not sure that it's time to do Paladin yet. This is only the level 20 quest, not level 30. An experienced warrior like Ayaba won't die so easily. He's strong, fast, cunning. Aye, he'll be back safe. I must confess, I rather do miss that obnoxious Makote's company. Ayaba is taking part of a joint operation with the Immortal Flames. I imagine he's having the time of his life right now. You've put us all to shame with your recent performance in the field. If I'm to keep up, I dare say I'll need bigger knives. Una Teun.
Comes. Oh, hello again, laddie. Mead Persevanes. We was thick as thieves in the old days, at least I think we was. Or it mightn't be that he was right creepy bastard, and I did me best to avoid him. Still, we're both members of the same old order, so either way, we're in this together, eh?
Yep, he's a creep, all right. I've heard words of your deeds. I'm sparing in my praise, so know that you have truly impressed me. Be that as it may, it is fortunate that Thancred arrived when he did. Had he been but a moment later, I shudder to think what may have transpired. The destruction that hath visited this land cannot be attributed to the force of the Empire alone. Worm of midnight, of breath infernal, for some a legend made flesh, for others an insidious symbol of memory lost. We grasp but a piece of the puzzle. Much and more must we question and contemplate ere the fallen moon revealeth its myriad secrets. That's nice, Urianger.
Hi, Tataru. I'm sorry about all the attention you're getting. I might have sung your praises a little too loudly, and often, and to a few too many people. Next time, I'll be sure to hold my tongue, literally if necessary. Anyway, I expect you'll want to know where and when the Remembrances services are taking place. If all goes as planned, Gridania's Grand Company, the Order of the Twin Adder, will hold the first of the 3 services, and Elder Seed-Seeder Connie Senna will deliver her address at Makito Amphitheater. I should probably mention that, at this point, that due to the organizational challenges involved in assembling all the involved parties, it's possible that the order of the services might have changed. Still, there's not much we can do about that, so make Gridania your first port of call. Next, you'll want to go to Ul'dah, where Flame General Roban al-Din will be addressing the masses of the Royal Promenade. Oh, and it's rumored there's to be a special guest. How exciting! Last but not least, you must make your way to the stateroom of Linsa Lominsa, where Maelstrom Chief Admiral Merlia Blosisfin will be giving her address. The room is accessible via the Admiral's lift. Identify yourself with the sentry, Xanthale, and he'll admit you. Got all that? Well, off you go then. I hope that you find the remembrance services suitably educational. I suggest visiting the city-states in my prescribed order. Though with your record of impeccable timing and luck, the schedule may well change in favor of your preferred travel plans. Farewell! So yeah, basically you can do them in any order you want to, but that's the order the game wants you to do them in. Alright, so to Gridania first.
Ah, Gridania. Our home in the Twelveswood.
Man, I love it here. If I weren't allergic to literally everything here, I would love to live here. Alright, cutscene time.
I lost my son to the calamity.
Alphino?
The 3 Seedseers are all together.
Some say you couldn't take a step without stumbling over a body.
Connie Senna? Man, they really reused voice actors, didn't they?
Our forebears were once strangers in the Twelveswood. Fearful of the Green Wrath, they hid themselves in the dark recesses of the earth. Yet they dreamed of basking in the dappled sunlight of the forest. Through great effort, they proved their worth to the elementals, and were granted a place beneath the boughs. So it was that Gridania was born, some 5 centuries ago.
500 years ago, Jesus Christ. I didn't remember that.
Working hand in hand, the Hyur and the Elysian settlers sowed the seeds of our civilization. And soon, they were joined by folk of all races. So nourished by the waters of unity, and blessed by the light of the matron, Gridania flourished into the great nation it is today.
It's Alphino and Alize.
Do you see the Gridanian standard? There, hanging behind the Elder Seedseer. The entwined serpents represent the unity between Hyur and Elysian. An elegant symbol, do you not agree?
In accordance with the will of the elementals, we have embraced a life of peace. Alas, our neighbors have not always sought the same for themselves, nor for us.
The Alamegans.
Though we Gridanians have no love
Hey, it's their
for
little
war,
siblings.
we have still less for those who would threaten
We
our
hang out
way
with
of
them in the
life.
White Mage campaign.
Ever have we fought to protect the sanctity of the Twelveswood. When the Garlean Empire brought
And
its
there's
war of
Isumian,
conquest to
the leader of the
Eorzea,
Conjurers.
we rallied under the noble standard of the Twin Adder that we might push back the encroaching darkness. And it was we who prepared the ground for the reformation of the Eorzean Alliance, that all the peoples of this realm might stand united against the common threat. "5 years ago, the Alliance met the armies of the Empire upon the fields of Cartano. It would prove the bloodiest battle in recent memory. Countless Gridanian lives were lost. As Supreme Commander of the Order of the Twin Adder, ever shall I bear the weight of our people's sacrifice. Alas, their loss was not the only tragedy to befall us that day, for soon came the calamity. The scars borne by our forest are a constant reminder of its violence. Our lives have been irrevocably changed, each waking hour a struggle to survive.
Man, once you know that she's putting on airs to seem more mature, you can't not see it.
From the path of righteousness, resorting to banditry, poaching, and other unconscionable deeds. To compound our woes, the Ixal have returned in force, emboldened by our suffering. They test our defenses nigh without cease, and prey upon the vulnerable. So beleaguered
God, Alphino and
from
Alize are
within
so tiny.
and without,
Look how
it is
small
of
they
little
are.
wonder that our unity now falters.
Little
Dark
Alizen babies.
times are upon us.
Time was a man could walk
pox
the
on that
high
bloody
roads without
Ixal.
fear.
On this day, 5 years ago, countless Eorzeans laid down their lives that we might behold another dawn. Please join with me in honoring their memory.
And how do you propose to honor the memory of those you cannot remember, pray tell?
The destruction wrought by the calamity was indiscriminate. It dealt death to Eorzean and Garlean alike. Yet while we have labored to rebuild our homes, to rebuild our lives, the Empire has set about raising steel fortresses here in the Twelveswood.
Baelsar's
Let
Wall.
none be mistaken. The Garleans remain the greatest threat to our survival. If we are to stand against them, we must remember what it is to be united.
I'm a kitty.
Our many troubles blind us to the woes of our fellow man. Thence is harmony lost. Yet harmony is the founding principle of Gridania. We are gathered here to honor the fallen. Let them be honored not only in word and thought, but through concerted action. I bid you join hands with me once more beneath the Twin Adder standard. And together, let us heal the forest's wounds, that our progeny might live in harmony beneath these ancient boughs.
Cat.
For serenity, purity, and sanctity. We must think of the children.
What will be done?
It's up to us to protect the forest. For the elementals!
Won't someone think of the children? God, Isumiyan has no emotion. A completely blank face. It's so unsettling. People always joke that Kani-Sena is an emotionless plank of wood, but then they look at Isumi Yan. Like, come on. She's trying, at least.
If you'll permit me, Alphino.
Hi, Alphino.
And my sister, Alize, at your service.
And Alize.
I saw at a glance that you were a fellow traveler. You might call us students of history, sampling the realm's remembrances in pursuit of enlightenment.
Sure. The Gridanians are unfortunate enough to have to contend with two beast tribes. The Ixal are unquestionably the more troublesome, being of a naturally warlike disposition and wont to summon their bloodthirsty primal Garuda. The Sylphs, by contrast, are peaceful in nature, being mischievous rather than malevolent, and have long been on friendly terms with the Gridanians. Until recently, that is. Alas, they have grown aloof, a change observed at roughly the time they summoned their primal Ramu. The Gridanians have no love for war, and they consider open conflict a last resort. Though they clash with the Ixal with ever more regularly, you may be assured that they do so in self-defense. As for the Sylphs, they are as yet bound by a peace treaty, though one wonders for how long it will be before it is broken. The Twelveswood was grievously wounded during the calamity, leaving Britannia vulnerable to attack. The people are hopeful that restoring the wood, and thereby the power of the elementals, will put an end to their woes. Yet how long will that take? Centuries, I'd wager. Meanwhile, the Ixal will continue their incursions, spurred on by Garuda and her insatiable appetite for destruction. Whether the Gridanians like it or not, sooner or later it will come to all-out war. And when it does, the Order of the Twin Adder will need all the help it can muster. How valuable might the aid of a capable adventurer prove to them then? Well, perhaps we'll find out, if the Elder Seedseer's words fell on fertile ground. See, Alphino is very, very catty when he describes all the nations, and yet for Gridania, the only bad thing he really has to say about them is that their aspirations for peace and their war as a last resort thing isn't really all that sustainable when their goals take centuries to really make manifest. While at the same time, they're trapped in between two beast tribes, which means that damage is happening while they're trying to fix everything, and they keep on not resorting to violence. It's like, that's the worst thing he has to say about them, which was why I liked them. It's like, wow, that's the nicest thing he's going to say about anything going forward for the rest of the frickin' expansion. Anyway, on to Ul'dah. So yeah, that's why I chose the Order of the Twin Adder. Whoop. Plus, I like the whole elvish Guardian of the Forest type aesthetic. And I was playing as White Mage at the time, so I already knew who everyone on stage was. I knew who Isumi Yan was. I knew who the twins were. Which made choosing them easier. Alright. Ul'dah time. Y'all should tell me why you chose the faction you chose. Did you choose Ul'dah? Why? Did you choose Limsa? Why?
Behold, 'tis the Sultana Nanamo herself!
And Roban as well.
Just because Roban's cool? I mean, fair enough.
Hark you, souls of flame, drawn to the bosom of the desert, where the fire burns brightest and shall rage forevermore.
Nanamo.
Roban! Where since antiquity, under the sage and judicious rule of the Ul dynasty, we have wrought sand into gold. Where by the grace and glory of Naldal have our brave sons and daughters flourished and prospered. I speak of Ul'dah!
The city of secrets and treachery.
There, at the Flame General's back flies the Grand Company's standard. Note the sigil. The golden scales of order balance the jewel of prosperity with the flame of might.
Great and many are the gifts our nation has given the realm. In Eorzea's darkest hour, on the killing fields of Cartano, none spent more in blood and gold than we. Thus was the 7th Imperial Legion laid low.
Hold on. That's such a Trump thing to say. It was all us. The Alliance, nah. It was all us. The Ul'dahs. We spent the most money. We spilled the most blood. We lost the most men. We did the most. It was all us. Come on. Anyway.
So that's how it happened. How soon history forgets.
Alize got pissed.
Yet many left our gates, never to return. Let us pray for our absent brothers and sisters, that they might know happiness in the great beyond, as Thal's honored guests. If the fates were fair, the price we paid that day would have bought us victory. Alas, they are not. And now, but 5 years into this 7th Umbral era, the spirit of sacrifice which granted us our strength is all but dead. Look around you. What do you see? A people divided, downtrodden, and enthralled. Where are the merciful alms of the rich? Where is the just steel of the righteous? I ask you, is this the great nation our brothers and sisters gave their lives to save? You who call this living, dishonor the name of the immortal flames. It is but a slow death.
Yeah, your government sucks. You should do better.
Surround us.
What?
The savage hordes of the Amalja wait beside our roads.
It's like, why are you trashing yourself?
Meanwhile, the Garleans make mock of our borders and despoil our land of its natural wealth. We stand on a precipice, yet we do not act. Whether trader or soldier, monetarist or royalist, all must recognize that a divided Ul'dah stands to fall. Victory and fortune walk hand in hand. Ye who seek glory and wealth, look not to what little you can snatch from your neighbor, but to the boundless wealth of the world beyond.
Ask not what your government can do for you. Ask what you can do for your government.
Now is the time to unite.
Some
now is
propagandist
the time to
bullshit.
ride forth.
It also makes me laugh a little bit. Roban is a member of the Syndicate, but he's a royalist. And so he's like, we shouldn't be fighting amongst ourselves. A divided Ul'dah stands to fall. But also, those filthy, disgusting monetarists. It's like, it's so two-faced. Like, don't get me wrong, I love Roban. but his speech is full of holes.
In the name of the Sultana, I beseech you. Line not your own coffers, but those of the immortal flames. Seek not to prosper from Ul'dah, but to restore her to prosperity.
Yeah, don't seek anything from your government. You should be giving everything you can to your government. Bullshit.
As the realm prospers, so shall Ul'dah.
That's trickle-down economics.
So shall her people.
That's trickle-down economics, and it does not work. You're full of shit. You know that you're full of shit. You know that's exactly what the monetarists are profiting off of. Come on, man.
Yeah, for Ul'dah.
Together we are one.
Your Grace.
Raoban?
I'm poking more holes in his argument than frickin' Alphino is.
I, Nanimo, 17th in the line of Ul, address you.
Hi, Nanimo.
Much has been made of the wealth of Ul'dah. Yet those who measured that wealth in coins and carats are gravely deceived.
Mm-hmm.
For the true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her people.
Yeah.
Beloved subjects, I bid you raise aloft the torch of Ul'dah, that her flames might serve as a beacon for all Eorzea to see.
Long live Nanamo!
Glory to the Sultana!
Fortune.
Glory to the Sultana!
Into the inferno, for we are by fire reborn.
Yay! By fire reborn. Anyway.
Forsooth.
The time is now!
I fancy meeting you again.
That fucking that one guy. It's like,
Yeah, for the Sultana!
I love that guy. I don't know who that guy is, but I love that guy. Hello, Alphino. Man, Alizé is pissed. The Uldans have a long history of conflict with the Amalja, the beast tribe that worships the primal Ifrit. Judging by your look of distaste, I take it you have encountered them. The Uldans do not shy from confrontation. If aught threatens their precious prosperity, they will seek to crush it. So they have dealt with the Ifrit thus far. Thus they have dealt with Ifrit thus far, smothering his flames each time he is stoked to life. Yet he is but one of several problems. Though they have been quiet these past 5 years, the Garleans have not gone away. Meanwhile, refugees continue to arrive in droves, and Ul'dah has no clear policy on how to deal with them. After all, not even the Sultanate's coffers are bottomless, and even assuming they had the coin, resources will ever be finite. Which brings me back to the subject of Ifrit. It has been observed that the Amalja are summoning him with ever-increasing frequency. Every time they do so, the Ul'dan sends forces to smite the Primal, and though they invariably succeed, each victory is bought with blood. It is a war of attrition, which they cannot well sustain. Small wonder, then, that the Immortal Flames are eager to recruit more members. At such a desperate hour, an adventurer of your experience would be a most welcome addition to their ranks. And Alice is like, fuck this. Yeah, no. that speech being so full of holes is why I didn't choose Ul'dah, even though I really like Ul'dah. Like, I really like this architecture. I really love the whole royal promenade. I think it's really, really cool, and I like the bazaar outside. And like I said, while I was a white mage initially, I had plans to do Paladin even from early on because I wanted to try it out. And I like the whole idea of going from white mage to Paladin as you're like learning to fight and like become a hero. I thought that was really, really cool. So I was already planning to make that sort of transition. But Ul'dah, like that speech just lost me so hard. Even though I think Roban is super duper cool, and I actually really, really like Nanamo. I like Nanamo. I like the way that she thinks as well. She's very interesting. But I just couldn't get behind it. I actually find myself, the longer the game goes on, and the more time the monetarists get to talk, the more I kind of understand why they do what they're doing. Because they're not all greedy sons of bitches like evil people, but they're all trying to hold Ul'dah together with duct tape. And they're not doing a very good job of it. But that's because Rauban and Nanamo are also holding the city together with duct tape. Their name is Hella Buns. Ha 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 ha. Here to attend the remembrance service. Be quick, the Admiral's due to give her address at any moment. To the States Room. Here we go again.
The Garleans are another matter altogether.
So much for our alliance.
It's sunk beyond the seabed.
Hi, Admiral.
Brothers and sisters of the sea, hearken unto me. Look upon this, our mighty crimson standard, and tell me your hearts do not swell with pride.
Yay!
700 summers have come and gone since our forefathers first ran
700
aground in
years.
this fertile bay. In that time, guided by the Mother of Oceans, Limsa Lominsa has grown from humble fishing village to uncontested ruler of the 5 seas and beyond.
Did you look as the Admiral bid you? It is a rather stirring standard, I must say. The Crimson Field is meant to signify the blood of fallen crewmates, while the Black Longship represents a pirate vessel.
When the Garlean Empire marched upon Eorzea, we assembled beneath the Maelstrom Standard, and our grand company was reborn. All answered the call, from the Knights of the Barracuda to Hilthier's bloody executioners. And together, we met our would-be conquerors upon the field of Cartano. That day, the world bore witness to the united strength of Limsa Lominsa.
To be fair, bringing cannons to bear is pretty powerful.
I swear to you, no army ever fought harder or with more courage. Yet many of ours did not survive.
They got that artillery.
Join me now in remembering those who fought in the name of freedom and fell. May their souls be returned to the sea.
Salute!
Freedom. Yes, they have always been rather fond of their freedom.
I am fond of freedom.
Much as the beast tribes have. Small wonder. Beneath the surface, one would struggle to tell them apart.
Yeah, there's a common thing where Limsa Lominsa and their piratey governance is likened to America a lot because they're essentially on stolen land. It's that whole argument where it's like they are pirates who stole the land that they live on and then created a city out of it and then tout freedom and their right to be like self-governed and self-owned, and each individual person has their freedom and right to self-ownership, which was the whole like thing with like all the different pirate companies and whatever. So it's like she's the admiral, but she's not fully in charge of the city. Every captain has its own little like crew among the populace, which is sort of like the United States with their different states, and the president just being the head over all the different like states of the Senate and the Republic and the House of the House of Speakers. What are the House of Representatives? There we go. House of Representatives and the Senate. Yeah. But it's like it's that argument of, oh, we settled on stolen land, it's ours now.
It has been 5 long years since the calamity struck. 5 long years of tireless rebuilding. Yet still the wounds of the calamity fester and weep. But when I stand atop the mizzenmast and gaze out upon our battered and broken vessel, I see an undying spirit. Did we not build all this from the wreck of the Galadian all those centuries ago? Shall we not do so again? Yet there are those who would see this ship of ours sink beneath the waves of the restless Rotano. The Sahagin creep ashore seeking blood for their accursed god.
Those fishback
The
bastards.
While the mines of Ogomoro spew forth kobolds who push ever south, despoiling our lands as they go.
The kobolds
These
and
savage beast tribes will be the first
Sahagin.
waves to crash against our creaking hull.
So Ul'dah only has the
Behind
one
them
beast
swells
tribe.
the grim
They've just
tide
got
of the
the
Guardian
Amalja.
Empire.
The other 2 city-states have 2 to deal
Even
with.
now the curs fly their flags within our borders. Doubt not, but that they will be upon us ere long. We are well nigh surrounded. Yet there are those among us who would rather turn their swords against their crewmates than our cannons against our foes. How can we hope to repel
This one
our
girl
many
is like, what the
enemies
fuck
when
are you
mutiny
talking about,
breeds
lady?
below deck?
And look, there's Minfilia.
There is but one course left to us. One bearing that will bring us victory over the beast hordes and the Empire both, and see this ship safe to port. We must mend the rift the calamity has reopened twixt pirate and maelstrom, and stand fast with our adventurer brothers against the coming tempest.
Oh, sure, she mentioned the adventurers.
Mark ye well. A crew without unity
I'm not
is
blind.
no
I'm not like
crew at all.
blowing smoke, right?
'Tis
That's
but a
definitely
mass of
Minfilia.
drowned men. To me, then, brothers and sisters of the sea, gather beneath the undying crimson standard and pledge me your strength, your skill, your wisdom.
And she keeps teleporting
And
around.
with the guidance of the navigator, this
See, the
great
skeptical
vessel of
woman's over
ours
here
shall
now.
ride the
She was over
waves
there.
Till sea swallows all.
The crowd be teleporting.
Admiral Melvin!
Gather the lads!
Oh, where's me cutlass?
Yar!
I'll
Har!
follow ye to the 7 hells, Admiral.
Yeah. There she goes.
Fancy meeting you again.
Yes, it's almost like it's ordained. Hello. As the Admiral mentioned in her address, Limsa is plagued by 2 beast tribes. The first are the fish-like Sahagin, worshippers of the primal Leviathan. And the second are the kobolds, who dwell beneath the earth and take the primal Titan for their god. As if the beast tribe's presence weren't troublesome enough, the Garleans have chosen to erect a fortress right in the Leminson's backyard. And that is to say naught of their internal strife. As a nation of pirates, there is no end to the blood feuds between the various factions. And while they fight amongst themselves, the Garleans whet their blade and watch. If the Laminsons are to have any hope of withstanding the Empire, they must first resolve their own affairs. Differences must be set aside, and the primal threat dealt with once and for all. To this end, I expect that they'll soon take decisive action against the Beast Tribes. Mark my words, the Maelstrom Standard will be drenched in a deeper shade of crimson ere long. That a capable adventurer like you would be a valuable addition to their crew is beyond question. I was just like, fuck this. I don't know. Limsa was my second choice. I just didn't like the layout of the city. I like Admiral Merlyweb. I think that she's awesome. I like the speech okay. I like the whole idea of like a nation of free pirates who like took the land they needed, created a proper settlement, and like are making the most of it. And things are starting to get a little bit, you know, divisive amongst the different pirate clans. I think that's kind of cool. I also like how you can actually see the landscape being ripped up by the different primals. Like, you go outside of Aleport and you look left, that whole area was blasted by Leviathan. And it's like, oh, you actually get to see that with the Laminsons. That's kind of cool. Man, if only Limsa Lominsa wasn't the worst layout of a city I've ever seen in my life. I freaking hate it. I always get lost. It's awful. And it doesn't look like it's made out of a ship at all. They say that they built Limsa Lominsa out of the bones of a galleon. Bullshit. I don't believe it for a second. So I didn't like the city, so I didn't join them. I liked Gridania's layout. It feels good to be there, and I like the speech, and I like their philosophy. Like, it was just a whole bunch of check marks for me, so I chose that one. But I could have gone Limsa Lominsa. It was kind of the exact opposite problem that I had with Ul'dah, where I really love the layout and the way that the city looks, but I didn't really like the speech. I really liked the speech, but I hate the layout. Kadash, this has been Philia. You are well, I hope. Would I be correct in thinking that the final remembrance service has now concluded? A moment ago, you say? What a coincidence. Yeah, it wasn't like you were totally in the crowd. I saw you. Jesting aside, I trust you remember our guests from the Grand Companies? Well, delighted though we are to have them in the Waking Sands, it would not do to keep them in suspense any longer than necessary. In short, hurry back! Get them out of my house! Get them out of my room! Alright, I'm coming. Alright. Let us pray return to the Waking Sands. I wish you could buy the Vesper Bay tokens. Remember how they have the Vesper Bay, like, teleport tickets? I wish you could buy those. You probably can, I just don't know it. Hi, Tataru. Some people let fame swell their heads, but I believe that yours will remain in proportion and firmly attached to your body. Puh. Sure. Hello, 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 hello. Alright. Welcome back. Were the Grand Company leader's words as illuminating as you'd hoped? Aye, each nation is beset with problems. I trust you see now why your services are in such demand. Would that there were more of you. But you must be tired from your journey. Why don't you rest a while and take a moment to reflect on your decision? Once your mind is made up, pray give the Grand Company officers your answer. Bum, 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 bum. Meanwhile...
The gods only know what grand company our adventurer friend will keep. The wheels of change are in motion regardless.
Brother, are you certain this course is best?
Whatever do you mean, dear sister?
The so-called remembrance ceremonies were little more than standard waving rallies. As though the Calamity and Seventh Umbral Era warranted scarcely a mention.
That is true. They didn't even mention Louis Soir. Like, they know of him. They mentioned him to me a couple of times, but they didn't even say his name.
Well, of course they were standard waving rallies. Since you are so observant, mayhap you noticed what mention was made of the Warriors of Light? None. I suppose they must have forgotten the heroes who spared Eorzea a fate worse than the Calamity?
I mean, actually, yes.
No, dear Alizé. They haven't forgotten these details. They have elected to omit them.
Well, I mean, technically speaking, yes on both fronts. They don't remember the Warriors of Light, but they also know that the Warriors of Light exist and that they were the ones who saved them and chose not to say anything about it.
Deep are the wounds the Calamity inflicted upon Eorzea. So deep, in fact, that the realm still bleeds. Needless to say, the beast tribes and their primals do little to alleviate the pain. So, the task of salving Eorzea's wounds falls to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, with a little help from our friends, the Grand Companies. Remembrance will yield no remedy. If our world is to heal, we must put the horrors of the Calamity behind us.
Our grandfather would never entrust the fate of the realm to despots who rewrite history to their convenience.
Everyone rewrites history to their convenience. It's a sad, sad truth.
There must be another way to cure what ails this world, and I mean to find it.
You are most welcome to try. Our paths may differ, but our destination is the same. In time, I dare say we will see eye to eye.
I should hope so.
My lady! We are to escort you!
Who are these guys?
Hope does not come into it. We share the burden of this fate, dear sister, and will prevail together or not at all. The salve will serve not only to close up our present wounds, but prevent old ones from opening anew.
Alright. I take it the elder Seedseer's words have touched upon your heart. Have you resolved to entwine your destiny with the twin adder? Yeah, sure. Without further ado, let us speak of practical matters. In order to complete the enrollment procedure, you must repair to the adder's nest. I dare say you know it well from your wanderings in New Gridania. Give your name to the personnel officer, and he'll guide you through the formalities. I have no doubt that your deeds will bring great honor to our order. When next we meet in Gridania, I shall be proud to call you brother. Yeah, we'll just speed our way there. Swoosh! Are we not at the end of part 2? I thought this was the end of part 2.
You've come to the Adder's Nest, headquarters of the Order of the Twin Adder. Ever do we welcome they who would toil in the elements' name for the good of our forced nation.
Hey, my name is Kadash. I believe you're expecting me.
Ah, the great adventurer himself. Yes, a recruitment officer sent word that you are on your way. It is a pleasure and honor to welcome you to our ranks. Now let me gather the relevant documentation. Sir! What is it? Report. An urgent message from Emersai Spire, sir. A high-wind Skyways airship has taken fire from Imperial forces in the skies over the East Shroud. A vessel's engines were crippled, sir, and it was forced to make an emergency landing southeast of the Nine Ivies. 9 Ivies? Gods! It could not have come at a worse time. All but a handful of our forces are presently afield dealing with the Ixal. Kadash, I know full well that we have yet to formally be inducted into our ranks, but we have an urgent need for your aid. In all likelihood, the airship was bearing civilians, and if the reports are accurate, it will have come down dangerously close to Garlean-occupied territory. Please make all haste to the area southeast of the Nine Ivies, locate the airship, and ascertain the status of the passengers. Nod. Alright. I wonder what the other city-state guys have to do. Is it still to come here and ascertain the stuff here? Because that doesn't make any sense. You'd think it would have something to do with, you know, their areas. But this part of the MSQ is actually important because we meet important NPCs here. So, I don't know. It's weird. It doesn't make sense. It's almost like the Twin Adders is the canonically correct choice. But I don't think that's really true, so I don't know. See? It's Biggs and Wedge. Nope, wasn't me. An adventurer? What are you doing out here? No, wait. Let's find some cover first.
I don't remember his accent. It's been a while since I've heard his voice acting. I know he's got one.
The Adder's Nest sent you? How do I know you're not an Imperial spy? You don't even have a uniform.
What if I showed up in uniform? Fucked with the dialogue there.
Peace, friend. We mean you no harm. You are an engineer of Garland Ironworks, are you not? We were alerted to your plight and have come to rescue you. And you're Kadash Ispen, I presume. I was told to expect an honorary serpent. My thanks for your aid, friend. Oh. I've never seen a craft of this design. It must be Garland's work. Is there no end to that man's treachery? The secrets of Magitech belong in Imperial hands. They are not to be squandered on Eorzean savages. We are taking this craft back to the fortress. Dismantle it if you must, and bring the engineer. Someone must pay for Garland's crimes. Imperial scouts from Castrum Orions. They mean to requisition the ship. Wedge! You've got to find him! That fool of a Lalafell was hiding inside the tiny Bronco. The tiny Bronco? But isn't that the Ironworks' latest creation? It's the first airship we've built since the Calamity. The first since Master Garland, well, went missing. After years of work, she was finally ready for her test flight, and she was soaring, she really was, till them bastards blasted her out of the sky. Attend me all! The Ironworks' latest creation must not fall into Garlean hands. We shall strike them swift and sure and rescue Engineer Wedge. Kadash, I trust we can rely on your support? Nods. May the matron watch over us! With me! Rah! An ambush! To arms! I feel like that music's a little quiet. Oh well. Leave none standing! Keep them away from the airship! Savages! You cannot stand against the might of the Empire! This has gone on long enough! Oh, he called in reinforcements. Oh god, giant robot! It was hiding inside the robot somehow, or inside the ship somehow. Here, bring that over here. How is this thing being piloted, anyway? I guess it just must be a completely autonomous creation? It doesn't seem to have enough room for a person to fit inside it. Well, regardless, we win. Biggs! You little onion-headed bastard. Wedge! You shouldn't have stayed with the ship! That was a close one! Too damn close! So, how's she look anyway? The auxiliary propeller is a dead loss, but I think we can wring enough thrust for the main propeller to get us airborne. A few minor modifications, and we should be able to fly the tiny Bronco home. While you do your work, we shall keep watch over the perimeter. The enemy may yet be lurking nearby. Nods. As for you, Crash, you have more than done your part today. I bid you return to the Adder's Nest and complete your enlistment. I pray there will be no further interruptions. When next we meet, let it be as fellow serpents of the Order. I just wanted to say I'm sorry, you know, for calling you an Imperial spy and all that. I got that one wrong, didn't I? Seriously, though, if it hadn't been for you and the twin Adder lads here, we'd have been chained up in a dungeon by now. I'm in your debt, friend, we both are. Nods. Wedge! Thank you, we're very grateful. Alright. Use another one of these. Swoosh. Alright. It does my spirit well to see you returned. Word arrived but moments ago
from the team at 9 Ivies. Lest you wonder, the 2 engineers are safely on their way. The lieutenant informs me that you were instrumental in the mission's success. Had you not found Engineer Biggs when you did, and helped us to rout the Garleans, things might have been very different. And all this before you were even inducted into the Order. You are well on your way to carving out a fine career for yourself beneath the Twin Adder standard. But without further ado, let us see to your induction. The 12 willing, there won't be any further interruptions. Man, you become a member of your Grand Company at level 21, and some of y'all out there never finished getting to max rank. I remember y'all. You. Anyway. Fuck. Protocol requires that I apprise you of who we are and what we do, after which I will invite you to swear an oath of your own free will. Ahem. The Order of the Twin Adder is the Grand Company of Gridania. It brings together the martial, economic, and technological resources of our nation, that we might stand strong in times of direst adversity when our survival hangs in the balance. Our order was formed in the days before the Calamity, in readiness to fight the Garlean Empire and to combat the beast tribes and their primals. Needless to say, our struggles continue to this day. Eldest Seedseer, Khan Isena, is the supreme commander of our forces. Under her wise leadership, we protect the people of Gridania and the sanctity of the Twelveswood. As the entwined serpents that grace our standard, let Forestborn strive as one, with friends from afar, to ensure that peace shall ever reign in Gridania. In so doing, we honor the will of the elementals, and theirs is the will of the wood. Now then, I ask that you give unto us your oath of allegiance, in whatever fashion you see fit. I shall strike down our enemies and drink of their blood! No. Woods will be done. So you know the words of our Grand Company, that is well. Bound by this common belief, let us strive to preserve all that is good in this great nation. By the power vested in me, I assign you the rank of Serpent Private 3rd Class. You are now a man of the Order of the Twin Adder. Go forth, Private Ispen, and do that which brings peace to the Twelveswood and honor to our name. Yay! That one guy is way too enthusiastic about it. Can you hear me? This is Minfilia. An officer of the Order of the Twin Adder contacted me with news of your enlistment. My congratulations, Private Ispen. I have no doubt that you're eager to make the acquaintance of your new comrades, but I would ask that you pay a visit to your old ones first. Remember, though you are now a Serpent of Gridania, you are no less a Scion. Pray return to the Waking Sands. Hey! Our first pray return to the Waking Sands. Our first pray to the return to the Waking Sands. At your earliest convenience. There are some friends with whom I would very much like you to meet. We shall be waiting. A distant call of a friend in need, perhaps? As you are needed elsewhere, I shall not keep you any longer. I would, however, suggest that you speak with High Serpent Commander Vasail Helu before you depart. I think that's how you pronounce that. He may provide you with assistance on the journey ahead. You may now accept the quest, My Little Chocobo. This quest must be completed in order to proceed to the end of the main scenario. Yay! Yay! The Order of the Twin Adder! Delivery missions. And all that other stuff. Pray return to the Waking Sands. Skip My Little Chocobo, because we already have our Chocobo. We don't need it. I really thought we would have done that way earlier. Like, I was convinced we did that before we even left, but whatever. Like, I thought we did that at level 16. Apparently not. Apparently it took us until now. You know, they talk about the Garleans setting up a castrum right outside of Limsa, but what about that thing? That also is right outside of Ul'dah. It's literally right over there. They share a border, even. It's odd they don't bother to mention that thing. I mean, I guess it's not a proper castrum, but still. Is a biggin. Hi, Tataru. Okay, you don't say anything new. Hey! Hi, Ida. Hi, Papalimo. Following the calamity, each nation's armed forces underwent large-scale restructuring during its restructuring centered upon its grand company. In Gridania, the Order of the Twin Adder absorbed both the Wood Whalers and the God's Quiver, while the Leminsians enacted a complete merger of the Maelstrom with the Knights of the Barracuda. Ul'dah is the odd nation out, having no notable changes to its armed forces. As before, and in the spirit of the Sultanate, each entity retains a certain degree of independence. Let me see if I got this right. You're an adventurer who's a scion and a serpent? Golly, how do you keep track of everything? It must be fun pairing up with lots of different people, though. Me, I'm always with Papalimo. Come to think of it, why am I always with Papalimo? That's a good question. You should be asking someone else that, not me. I hear you pledged yourself to a grand company. Me? I don't think I could do it. I'd never feel like one of them, no matter what the recruiters say. I'm not sure I grasp the purpose of these remembrance ceremonies. Whether you remember or rewrite the past, what does it matter? It isn't as though you can repeat it. Our present-day enemies ought to serve as sufficient motivation, don't you think? The only lesson I believe we take from the calamity is that far greater threats can and will appear.
I've been chatting with Perseverance, and we both swear there was another member of our crew. We still can't figure out a way to prove who he was, but just you wait and see. It won't be long before everyone sees us for the heroes we is.
Oh, these two had a third member and they can't remember who it is? Was I really with these guys? No, right? No. Right? No. Right? Are these the two guys from the 1.0 cinematic? No, right? No. Right? No. Right? Hi, Levine. Have we met somewhere before? You must be quite the accomplished adventurer to be welcomed in these halls. Me? No one's ever expected much of me, and so far I've done a fine job of living down to their expectations. Okay. We will continue to focus our efforts on investigating the primals. The Amalja are not the only tribe to have succeeded in summoning its deity. Fate shall be thy guide. When our purposes become one, once again shall our paths lead us here. Our city of learning is now naught but shadows. Ere the light of dawn breaketh, shall we follow whither the sand blows. Yeah, the original New Charlia is... And now it's Idleshire, but, you know, they don't know that yet. Hey, thank friend. The incident with the traitor still weighs heavily on everyone's mind, the Flame Generals most of all. And although he cannot be expected to know what evils lurk in the hearts of every man under his command, the revelation is nevertheless a devastating blow to his authority.
Even so, it warrants saying that you should not let this tragedy color your opinion of the man. In all my years working with the Flame General, I've never had reason to doubt his capacity to lead. Still look like thank friend to me. Alright. Welcome back. Lady of Mephilia awaits you within. In we go. Hello. Welcome back. It seems you wasted no time putting your skills to work. How do I know? Why, the recruitment officer called me to regale me of the tale of your heroics. The pride in his voice was palpable. We Scions are truly fortunate to have you with us. Now, when last we spoke, I said I wanted you to meet some friends, did I not? Well, I neglected to mention that you have already met. Tataru, please show them in. This way, sirs. Hey, it's Biggs and Wedge. Thanks again for getting us out of that mess. We owe you our lives. But I don't think we've been properly introduced ourselves. I'm Biggs. And I'm... God spit it out, will you? Wedge, at your service. I'm pleased to say that Biggs and Wedge will be staying with us for a while. Magitech-driven contraptions such as airships grow ever more vital to the city-states of Eorzea. As a neutral party, it was judged that we Scions should serve as the keepers of this technology. Of course, for this we needed the knowledge of experts, and so we requested the assistance of Garland Ironworks, who very kindly sent us 2 of their finest engineers. Our happy family continues to grow. On behalf of the Scions, I bid you welcome to the Waking Sands. Like every soul here, I love Eorzea, and I count myself blessed to have been given this chance to stand with you all and fight for the future of the realm. Never have I known such fulfillment, such happiness. Nice. Bum 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 bum. Oh my god, it's still going. Sylph management. Well, I think we should call it here. It's past time for me to stop streaming, and my voice is getting kind of tired. So we're gonna call it here. I know we're very close. I think if we're about to start the thing with the Sylphs, that means that the end of the Part 2 story must happen after the 1,000 Maws of Totorak. But before Hawk's Manor, maybe? In between here, level 25-ish? Maybe? It's definitely before level 30. I'm almost certain of it, because I'm pretty sure... Hold on, suspend... Let's check, because I believe it says what the last thing we did was in the New Game Plus menu. So part 3 is victory over Ifrit. Beginning the search for La Habrea. And then it's not until part 4 that we defeat Titan. So part 3 is where we fight Titan. So yeah, it's gotta be before... It's gotta be before the naval. So yeah, I'm thinking probably 25. Because I know Brayflox's long stop leads into fighting Titan. So that would be part of part 3. Hawk's Manor is kind of apropos of nothing, if I'm totally honest. It's kind of right out of nowhere. So it really could be anywhere. But I think it'll be after the 1,000 Maws of Totorak, around level 25. But, yeah.
All right, well, we're going to call it quits here. I do think after we finally do finish part 2, we will go ahead and do the Paladin storyline. Even though that goes all the way from 30 to 60, even though part 3 starts us at level 30, so it's slightly out of order. But I think that will still be better for us than doing it between part 3 and part 4, because I believe things start really ramping up around then, and we don't want to pause in the middle of it to go do a completely separate adventure. Right now, after part 2 into part 3, it's kind of a better time for it, in my opinion. In fact, I would say that right now is the best part for it, but we can't suspend the part 2 in order to get it done. So anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and head back to Gridania and then end stream. So thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I super duper appreciate it, especially with the hype train and everything. Man, that was a blast. That was amazing. It's like, now everybody's subbed for the month. Huzzah! But thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I super duper appreciate it. Just a reminder, we are going again tomorrow. And the next day, and the next day, and the next day. Like, we're going all the way. Monday through Thursday is going to be New Game Plus, and then Friday we'll be taking a break from New Game Plus in order to do our weeklies and our endgame activities. And then we'll be back on Monday again, continuing New Game Plus. And we're going to keep on doing that basically until we get caught up. But specifically throughout the entire month of August. So yeah, if you guys are having a good time, come join us again tomorrow. And remember, you guys will have some say of like some of the things that we do. You guys chose that we're going to be Paladins. You guys chose that we did the Paladin storyline. You guys chose that we're going to do the Binding Coils of Bahamut after we finish with the storyline. So we'll be doing all that, and then once we get done with ARR, you guys will be allowed to vote again on what we do for Heavensward, and so on and so forth. And if there's any other suggestions or things that you want to input, please let me know in the Discord, because I'm looking at it and I'm watching, and I'm hungry for your input. Let me know what you guys want to see, and I will happily show it to you, because I love this game and I love showing it off. That's kind of why we're doing it for my whole like anniversary thing. It just happens to be a really good time, you know, with the Sparkle Pony and all that. So, you know, keep me posted. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye. 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 Goodbye. Oh, my voice is so tired. Goodbye.